ease my mind a bit. It's a 9 to 5 to shit. Thoughts that fight for the right to exist. All my life in a life of the it. All my pride getting tied to this shit. I didn't like that, I like to pretend. Endless cycles, it's time to forget, yeah. Some friends, they come, they go. Some days just wanna lay low. How come still walking this slow? Look to the past for the confidence flow. I'm living all this growth. I feel so ominous though. Right seem blurred, got a color van go. When the colors all running, the other red road. Look at them now, you don't even no. Being so loud, feeling so proud, feeling so low, no. If I don't feel it now, I'm gonna feel it when I'm older, yeah. Feel like every day is slow, feel like everything is
past tense, slight mishaps turn to accidents. Exaggerate on my oversized through hindsight, mask embarrassment. How arrogant, no foresight when my glasses big. My vocab but tips 10%. Don't win side like a camper trip. See 110% of all the time I have, I spent counting the sand that's at my feet. I hope I look up at least once before it's past my teeth. Go through each case slow and awake, and then I'm fast asleep. Hoping to change the older days, surpassing past defeats. Some friends they come, they go. Some friends fuck up or grow. But it ain't my job to hold their hand, they better trust they own. Think about the ways they have a neighbor. Others flaws to fit a shared jigsaw puzzle on the table. Made a compromises. Time to optimize this flow and reduce apologizing, cause my bottom line's my own. If you've got my back, then my steps forward shouldn't ever hurt you. I'll leave it up to you to catch up or deal with your inertia.
Some friends they come, they go. Some days just wanna lay low. How come still walking this slow? Look to the past for the confidence flow. I'm living all this growth. I feel so ominous though. Right seem blurred, got a color van go. When the colors all running, the other red road. Look at them now, you don't even no. Being so loud, feeling so proud, feeling so low, no. If I don't feel it now, I'm gonna feel it when I'm older, yeah. Feel like every day is slow, feel like everything is
There's one thing that I know. I've been blind to all my friends. Everywhere I ever go, I keep trying to defend.
Some I wish to. Me growing out of this is simply wishful. Thinking ain't a wish you. When I'm in the streets, I dry my eyes and look official. Loud by the fistful. This cool kid right here is no joke. This cool kid type professor woke. Oh, I'm still on the block in my burgundy coat with a blindfold on. I'm still serving any foe. When my mind gone, I still be superb with the flow. Still a python, right on. I'm on another level, bitch. I revel in the underground. I need no medals and medals that make me fucking proud. Give me an instrumental and a pencil, watch me buckle down. Then I'll present you with my mental. I'm not fucking round.
There's one thing that I know. I've been blind to all my friends. Everywhere I ever go, I keep trying to defend.
Some I don't wish to. Me growing out of this is simply wishful. Thinking ain't no issue. When I'm in the streets, I dry my eyes and look official. Loud by the
I'm sick of crying by my life. I know where I should go. To end the cycle, I must try a different road. And I know that it sounds simple, yeah, but progress is incremental. Guess I'm of the same face, still the same everything every damn day. Stuck in a loop I can't break, I keep running in circles. These rings on my eyes keep on getting more purple. I stay on my back like a turtle, but this apathy's hurtful. I must grab onto happiness like I actually deserve to. Experience more than this poorly written act. Crawling out of bed and dreaming of getting back.
Get inside the room right, say goodbye. Singing kumbaya to both them and the good guy. Beats good night, bitch please close the eyes. About time that you get here. I don't get you at all, bro. It feels best for you always, and yeah, you rarely come over. Man, your signals is mixed up. You come out when it gets stuff. You come out just to get stuff. How the fuck you get this fuck? Nothing really to discuss. Your distrust leads to tits up. You're disgusted by this, so why decide to dismiss us? Now, I don't get it and you don't get it. You decided not to use your leverage. Do the size you want you to perish. Hurts to spite you and mute your message, man. I think that the time about right to swim towards the shore. Now let's not drown twice. Sitting by the lake, trying to glue back all the things that have tendency to break. Is it a mistake? Or perhaps I'm just mistaken. I should remedy my ways. Given to a state, free from everything, all else. Capsule sending you to space. And listen when you wake. Not to the inner bitter quitter critter spitting in your face.
Patted on the actions like I didn't matter. Then I try to compensate and find a different pattern. You see I'm flawed at my core, I need to split the atoms. Quit this planet and finally take a trip to Saturn. Didn't matter. The voices say, switch the channel. The sword fight still despite losing initial battles. I'm stripped of ammo, so my instincts not to hit the download on any new ideas. My moment rigid rap, no losing kid. What am I disillusioned with? Now I keep losing it. Why do I keep on snoozing in my house? Never move for shit. Sabotage with foolishness whenever happiness is before me. I outmaneuver it. Then I keep on doing it. I see the rest of all my time. I find flesh above the bone of every enemy in sight. But it does nothing more but spread the venom, severing my ties. My coping mechanism is incredibly dry. I know. They tell me do better, be better. Who? Me? Never. Na 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 na. Yeah. They tell me do better, be better. Who? Me? Never.
Ooh. We're going. I can never tell if the music is too loud, and I always adjust it later anyway, so I'm just gonna leave it alone. Art time! Woo! I've actually been working on this, I don't want to say all day. Oh, hey, dude! Love you. I don't want to say I've been working on this all day, but I did work on it for a couple of hours earlier. I think I've finally gotten in the groove. Because, holy shit. I've hated working on this. For a while, but now I'm looking respectfully. So it's cool that it all works out. You know, I mean, my sense of time is, poor. So it could have been most of the day or an hour. It's well, it's not very done, but the concept is Bill and Ted are going to be walking on the sidewalk or whatever. eating ice cream as a treat. It was originally supposed to be my Bill and Ted Day image, but now it's turned into a Pride Month thing because I didn't get it done. It's been like 2 weeks, so I figured we'll just make it a Pride Day. Pride Day? No, Pride thing. There's already mentions of gay things, so it all works out. Thank you. I agree. I hope I get this done in the way I'd like. It's going pretty well so far, considering I've spent several hours on the bricks alone, and I think they look pretty nice. So, especially when you zoom out, because you can't see the mistakes. And that's really all you could ever ask for, is to not see the mistakes when you zoom out. Why are you a gay person? Thank you. Thank you. I will take that as a compliment. I think they look really nice. Like, zoomed out specifically. Thank you. Of course. I'm insane affectionate. But yeah, I think they look really nice, especially considering the angle that the building is at. I shouldn't have painted all these right here because I intended on adding a sign later. I should add one here as well. I just don't know what to call the buildings. Because I started like having ideas on what these buildings on this side of the road should be. I just don't know what these over here. I'm gesturing with my hands as if you can see. But you cannot. And that is, your fault. Not mine. Learn to see better, actually. But so, yeah, I should be about done with this building, sans the, name issue, which is fine. Oh, I forgot that I told you need to learn to see better. And I didn't say that very long ago. But congrats on your eye doctor visit. That one's a rarity for me. Not that I need it. Yet. It is inevitable that I will not be able to see someday. I have no choice and that will be not my choice. Thank you. I do my best. Man, I don't shut the fuck up about Scott, and that's my bad, but he's, like, the one streamer I've, like, made friends with, that has a schedule that I can watch. Because a lot of the people I've become homies with is from, like, Britain or Ireland or whatever, and I'm not awake. I mean, some of them do theirs, like, later at night, and that's, like, midday. But a lot of the time I'm at work, so the only time I get to see it is on my day off. I don't think anybody enjoys that very much. My sister used to avoid it like the plague, which I think is very funny. It's certainly not pleasant and anything that I wanted to do, either, but I didn't, like, actively avoid it. Someone on Twitter a while back had, like, a little picture of, like, the farm in the distance, or the little hot air balloon, or whatever. Because I think there's more than one air puff picture. And the replies were just destroyed with people, like, fearful of the hot air balloon. The two genders. Farm on the horizon or hot air balloon. Also on the horizon, I think. But I can't remember. I think I've gotten both. And that is why I'm transgender. That's so dumb. I was saying something before that, but I can't recall what it was. Oh yeah, it's a little farm. I love her. Oh, something about Scott. Oh yeah, he was bullying me for not being able to remember. Because he went to the bathroom and I couldn't remember where he went because he was gone for like a full-blown 5-10 minutes. And I was like, what is he doing again? I forgot almost as soon as he like stepped off screen. And he comes back and he's like, dude. And I'm like, hey. I can't remember my own sentences, let alone where you went for 5 minutes. Yeah, maybe so. I didn't even like the game he was playing. It was the Final Fantasy demo. Didn't care. Not in the slightest. Oh. The 2 genders in chat right now. 1 farm and 1 hot air balloon. I'm glad I didn't, like, remember incorrectly, because I'm pretty sure I've seen both. Because I wasn't sure what they were. Because it's been a bit since I've been to the eye doctor. Man, imagine having an eye doctor that you go to consistently. We've been to the one in the mall. We've been to, one on the opposite side of town. We just don't go a lot of the time. It's like every decade we go, you know? Like, it's not particularly often that we go. And man, good for you. I can't even imagine not having eyes. Get well soon. I mean having eyes. Whichever. Yeah, that's about how often we go as well. What am I doing? I don't need to work on this building anymore. Okay, I'm sorry that you don't have eyes. That's very sad. My sister was told that she needs to wear glasses, like, all the time. And then she fucking didn't. So now she needs, like, new, better glasses to fix her eyes, I'm pretty sure. Because she can't see jack shit. Well, now I gotta look up the the circle gay people ones. Circle glasses. Are they thin rim? Or... They are pretty gay, now that you mention it. Well, how about the gay circle ones? That feels like a good one. Harry Potter glasses, as they were referred to back in my day. Sign of the times, sign of the times. I'm in the same boat. Back in, like, elementary school, we had this, like, dress up as your favorite book character day. And it was in, like, the 4th grade. The gays are reclaiming circle glasses from J.K. Rowling. It's because she's a TERF. And so they're ours now. But we were supposed to dress up like our favorite character, and at the time I was reading Harry Potter. Because I was in the 4th grade and I didn't know any better. And I dressed up as Harry Potter. Because I like, wrapped myself in, a blanket. And I am pretty sure it was covered in cat piss. if I recall correctly. But that is, you know, neither here nor there. I'm pretty sure. Particularly irrelevant to the story. But I had brought fake glasses that I brought fake glasses with me, and everyone wanted to try them on. And they were all like, oh my god, we look just like Harry Potter. No. No, we didn't. The glasses weren't even round. They were just normal glasses. They were like rectangle frames. So, I had no idea what any of us were talking about. We were all dumb back in the 4th grade. Yeah, the universal experience. I was like, hey dad, can I try on your glasses? And he was like, you're not gonna be able to see anything. I was like, okay. And he was right, I couldn't see anything. His vision is, he can't see anything, I'm pretty sure. Like, he certifiably blind. Possibly. Not actually, but it, like, whoa. Oh my god. And you know what? That happens to the best of us. I was always afraid of that happening, so I only ever wore them for a few seconds. My cousin, I don't know how true this is. It's probably not true at all, because he's a dipshit. But my cousin, Nate? I think it's Nate. I was like, why do you have glasses? Because I was like 7 and I didn't understand how glasses worked. And he was like, so I was like, why do you have glasses or whatever? And he was like, oh, I stared into the sun for too long. I was like, okay. I believe you wholeheartedly, my cousin Nate. And I haven't seen him in 10 years. So, yes. Yes, King. Go on. I love seeing pixels. It pisses me off so bad. I think I've said that before. And I will say it again. This is a threat. Thank you for the buff Sukis. I appreciate that, King. How are you doing? This needs to be lighter. What the fuck are you doing, dumbass? All the cousins. Yeah. Oh. Well, can I have some? Please? Oh yeah, I saw that. I'm sorry to hear that sucks. Hopefully you get better internet or manage to fix it somehow. I want the taller ants. The bigger, the biggering ants. Oh. Yeah, if it went out during that, that would suck very bad. I'm very excited for that, though. I hope to be there for at least a couple of hours. I'm not fucking doing anything. Yeah, the ants that make you taller. The legendary bigger ants. Yes, the Biginator ants. Look, I'm very short. I need them very badly. Okay. We are Doofenshmirtz respecting chat, so if we could be nice. He's very important. Possibly? No, don't say that. I will say that. It's funny, but I will say that. I will be bullied. Okay, I don't know what's going on. You damn right he's trans. Ugh. King. One, 2, 3. Yeah, I fucked up there. I don't, like, literally actually? Like, they confirmed it literally actually? Because that's hot. That's hot guy shit. I think. In my humble opinion. I don't know why I would pick that color. I am a dumbass. Dumb of ass, pure of heart. Well, no, I can't. Oh, yeah! I forgot. You're right. Lest we forget. King. Context clues. I mean, honestly, they may as well have confirmed it, to be honest. Same with that one cow character in Back to the Barnyard. Otis, I believe. That show used to be my childhood. But I don't remember anything about it. It might have been a fever dream. I'm not sure. But there are memes that keep it, you know, alive. Oh, Otis, my beloved. King, if I may. What? I don't know what color I should do. Yeah, scene, my beloved. Honestly? Oh, Back to the Barnyard. Okay. It's a weirdly forgettable show, but when you remember it, it's like, it's like being woken up after a dream, and you're like, whoa. What was that? I can't recall. It's a very historically significant show, and I think you should rewatch it. I'm honestly me about the Barbie movies. Also very historically significant. I am going to watch them if we're not careful. I don't know when, but I will. Don't get it twisted. Ugh, Barbie movies. Delicious. The Rapunzel one, delicious. I was a big fan of the Swan Princess. Possibly the movie. I get a bunch of YouTube videos recommending it to, like recommending little clips to me of that movie, which I think is really funny. I mean, YouTube should continue doing that, obviously, but it's very funny that it does. Because it's all, like, meme videos. There's this one person on art Twitter who actually made, like, Bibble earrings, which I think is very funny. I don't remember anything about that movie except for I wanted to eat the fruit very badly, Bibble, and this one very hyper-specific scene that might not even be from that movie. We need to find the fruit. I think it's two goblins or something, and they're on a manta ray, I believe, or something of that nature, and they're swimming, possibly flying, I'm not sure. The ocean and the sky are both blue, so it could have been either. It's been years. And one of them goes lefting, and then the other goes leftaroo, and then they turn right, and then they have to do it again because they went the wrong direction. I don't remember what movie that's from, though, because it could be The Sky. I have literally no idea. I'm glad it's a universal experience to remember that one very specific scene. It's very important to us as a society. My family used to joke about it a lot. Like, that used to be a running thing for us, which is so dumb. Of all the shit we could have referenced, it was So Mermaidia is the one we're referring to, right? It might have been the epitome of comedy as a child. I can't think of anything funnier. I mean, if I watched it now, I'd probably cringe. But back then, wow. Couldn't be funnier, I'm pretty sure. That scene might be where my comedy, blossomed. That scene shaped me as a person. If I hadn't seen it, I would not be who I am today. No question. Like, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. I mean, it's a very noteworthy scene, I think. A very important... Like, I think it should go in the Library of Congress. Like, that's where it should go. Okay, I need a darker color. They certainly were a sight to behold. Honestly, a lot of things in that movie, in all of those movies, were... Because the Swan Princess, movie, I believe, had a girl in it that spoke in the most god-awful voice you've ever heard in your life. And then her dad was possibly the ugliest motherfucker you've ever seen. Swan Princess, was my movie. Oh my god. No, it was my favorite hands down. Cause I used to reenact the scene or whatever where they, like, the prince and, Barbie, whatever character she was, like, fell on top of each other in, like, their hands. Like, I used to be like, friends, you be Odette. You be Odette right now. Fall on me and hold hands with me. And that was, it was very graceful. I was obsessed with it for some reason. Oh, childhood. Can you believe it? That was the movie. For sure. I'm trying to think of, like, other shit we did as children. But the only memory that's, like, coming to me is when, my best friend kicked me in the face with a soccer ball. And then she laughed at me. I got so mad. But that's not a particularly fun memory, I don't think. Yeah, she's funny now, but I'm pretty sure I hated her as a kid. Understandably. Okay, we're gonna do this. Oh, no we're not. That's so mean. Oh, hey man. Thanks for the lurk. I hope you have a good evening. Or afternoon. Might be afternoon-ish for you. 5:30, I believe. I'll need to shave that. It's fine. Don't worry about it. My sister really liked the 12 Dancing Princesses. I think we have a ornament for it. I was also goalie quite frequently. Oh my god. We're about to discuss some deep dark secrets in a second here. So I played soccer like on teams for a hot second, and I was the second best goalie, which I think is close enough. I never watched that show as a child, so I don't know anything about it, and I don't know what's going on. Every time I see it on Twitter, like, people, like, drawing stuff for it, I'm like, yeah, this is great. I don't know what's going on, but go on. But, dude, speaking of role-playing on the playground, I was a warrior cat kid. I crawled around on the playground and pretended to be a cat. And we had, like, that's so funny. It's still funny. It's still funny. Coward. But I was a cat kid, and we did fight with the Wolf Clan. Some kid named Tony did kick me in the head, and it did hurt very bad. However, I wasn't gonna let him see that, though. I wasn't gonna let him know that I felt like crying because he kicked me in the head. Without a doubt, extremely important. Like, that's, like, the basis of childhood. School was a big game. House was a big game. Arguing about who was mom was a big part of childhood, I think. I'm sorry you were normal. That's tragic. I hope you get well soon. That's, absolutely pathetic. I'm gonna be honest. Warrior Cats shaped me as a person. I don't think I would, draw. I wasn't particularly passionate about art before I read, Warrior Cats, but then I saw all of the... Okay, you know what? You have me there. You have me there. And I think that's the side effect to reading Warrior Cats, is being a furry. And that is a sacrifice that we all make. To be cool. But when I read Warrior Cats, I found a character that I really, really liked, and I was like, oh, this is me. I didn't know that was kinning at the time, because I'm pretty sure kinning didn't even exist as a phenomenon. But I did do that. I forced kins on the rest of my family according to my kin. I was like, I was like, at my sister, I was like, you are Leaf Pool, because they were sisters. So I was like, yeah, that's you. And she was like, okay. Oh my god, I'm sorry about your furry phobia. That's very sad. I'm glad you got better. Thank you. Was it? That's a little scary that it was around back in the 4th grade. What year was that? I can't do math. It had to have been like 2000 and what? 9? I don't remember. 10? Internet Horror Story is canon, I'm pretty sure. Like, you just described the worst thing to ever happen to me. Was it that early? I mean, no, yeah, early was correct. God. Sign of the times. I feel old. I guess so, but like, was Tumblr really that bad the whole time? Did they never have a chance to be better? That's tragic. Dead from the start. I think so. Something like that. Oh my god. That's so sad. Oh, I never had MySpace. I missed that by a couple years, I believe. Well, yeah. That and good. MySpace was sad. I don't know anything about the MySpace culture. That's a part of our history as a species that I've looked away from, chosen to not learn about. Hey, not Marco Tool, dipshit. I remember being on like early YouTube, though. It was a lot of cat videos for me because YouTube was also my like learning about YouTube was also when I learned about warrior cats. And man, remembering the UI is absolutely bizarre. Early YouTube, my beloved. I would give anything to go back to that. Yeah, definitely. The spooky ghosts videos with the thumbnail circled. Oh, are you elderly enough for a MySpace history lesson? Haha, old people in chat. YouTube poop era is, the pinnacle, if I may. Salad Fingers made me deeply uncomfortable then, and it still does to this day. Charlie the Unicorn may stay. Nyan Cat also very good. I used to love the stupid cat. I was like, oh my god, Nyan Cat 10-hour edition? Yeah! That was like my whole afternoon. Like, I got home from school and I was like, Mom, can I play with your iPad? And she was like, whatever, here. And I was like, yes! Yes! I played Smuley, the piano game, sat around, and then turned on YouTube and watched that. There's a lot going on. Chat is incomprehensible to me right now. Burnt Face Man, I don't know what we're talking about. Oh my god. Listen. So I was outside with this is too dark. I was hanging out with my brother outside for a little bit. When my parents were using me as slave labor, and my brother he's like 6, nearly 7, and he was like, hey, who do you guys have crushes on? And I was like, nobody. And my sister said something like random, like a fake character or something, and he goes, and so she's like, who do you have a crush on, buddy? And he goes, the cube from Geometry Dash. Which might be the funniest thing he could ever say. I've never heard of the Meta series. I was a Cool Math for Kids child. I didn't stray from that very often. Like, I saw dudes, valid answer, yes, you're right. Like, I saw dudes, play the Ultimate, oh, yeah. I saw other dudes play shit on different websites back in, elementary school, but damn. Oh my god. Absolutely tragic. Cool math, my beloved. There's this one dumb fuck shirt that's like, yeah, I'm 34, yeah, I still play Cool Math for Kids. And I'm like, wow, me someday. If you can believe it. I love Cool Math. Fucking Fireboy and Water Girl or some shit. I don't remember what it was called. That was the game. The game. What? What are we buying? I forgot what I said pretty much instantly. You'll have to forgive me. Old Habits Die Hard. What the fuck am I listening to? Fireboy, yeah. Ugh, miss her. I always wanted to finish the game, but I was always, I never had enough time. I was put into the advanced, okay, the Cool Math, yes. Cool Math game, sure, very sexy, very important. Whoa, I didn't understand anything in that message, sorry. Oh my god. I love him. What is DBZ? I'm Googling it, hold on. Oh, Dragon Ball Z. Took me a second. Thank you. Imagine having eyes to see cartoons with. I meant Dragon Ball Z, but I said cartoons, and you know what? That happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us. You legally can't bully me for anything that comes out of my mouth on stream, ever. That would just make you mean. And that's something that you'd have to deal with, ethically. First of all, Bart, my beloved, he made... Do we consider cartoons and anime the same thing in this chat? I'm never sure, because I'm pretty sure some anime freaks are like, they're not the same, and then pull a gun on you. Because honestly, I don't care. It's all the same shit to me, but I'm not an avid anime man. So I don't want to say slurs. Yeah, but some people are weird. And I'm not gonna question it too terribly. Some people are anal. You are right. Some people are assholes. Haha, butt sex, people. But anyway. Oh my god, I missed the Sailor Moon message. I've never seen Sailor Moon, but my YouTube used to recommend me a bunch of, like, weird clips. I don't know who that little Twinkie dude is, but I am looking respectfully. I am learning. I am writing notes. Thank you for your knowledge. Oh my god. Born and raised anime man. I'm googling the Twinkie dude. Hold on. Sailor Moon men. Because there's like, what, 5 dudes in this show probably? Hopefully. Here he is. Oh my god. Well, this might be a woman actually. Oh my god, is this a woman? Fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. Well, whoever it is, they sounded like a dude on the, fucking video I watched. I can't pull it up because there's a lot of like weird shit on this Google thing. So let me find a decent picture. Yeah, I want to say Avatar is anime, but at the same time, I don't. Very complex issue there. Definitely something to debate. Oh, hi Sailor Moon boxers with some lady on the balls. That's very nice, thank you. Okay, I think it is a woman, but dressed in a suit. That's hot. Queen, if I may. So I've determined it is a woman. Still very gender, despite everything. Calling things shows is a good middle ground and probably very smart. I don't know, dude. I don't go here. I'll Google it again, despite exiting out of the tab. Sailor Uranus gender. Oh my god. Last week, an episode of Sailor Moon Crystal marked a turning point for the series as they revealed Sailor Uranus is not actually a female, but is transgender in the way that she was born with both male and female genitalia, but she can switch between the two genders at will. That's hot. Queen. Yeah, it's this one. I'm sending you an image since you're freaking the fuck out. I watched a video about an intersex fellow the other day. Very intriguing stuff. It's definitely something to look into. It's because there's a debate on whether or not they should be considered a part of the LGBT community or not. And some people are like, hell yeah, all for it. And some people are like, no, don't. They don't belong here. Or sometimes intersex people don't want to be, like, in it. So learning about it is fun, interesting, and cool, I think. I mean, Twinkie dude, I see small, skinny man in suit. There is nothing I can do. Avatar. Okay, I started emulating Wii games last night. I was like, haha, I'm gonna emulate Wii games for next stream. I am going to play Kirby's Epic Yarn tomorrow. No, you do not get a choice. I'm going to have so much fun. Don't look at me. But I did find an Avatar game. Like 3 of them. And I'm like, whoa. I am going to cry. I love the Wii so much. And Avatar. It's like... Okay, Card Captors I've never heard of. I don't know who that is. And I'm very sorry. You are elderly. I'm kidding. It's just funny to me. It's weird how old I feel because I'm about to turn 20. That's not old at all. But just being, like... I don't know, it felt, like, incomprehensible to reach that age. It's bizarre. But I guess we'll have to get you to an old folks home soon. You can do your nugget challenge from in the old folks home. This I mean, it doesn't seem like it. Every adult woman I've ever come in contact with has had a midlife crisis, and I have witnessed it. I can describe it to you in vivid detail right now. Tokyo Mew Mew I have never heard as well. I'm very sorry. I don't... Dude, yeah. This weird age range from like 18 to 20 is very bizarre. Because it's like, oh, I'm an adult. But you're not really. You can't drink, and that's a big one. Actually, that's it. But it feels weird. Oh my god. Man, good for them. I'm glad about their midlife crises. That's great. Hopefully they get well soon. Because holy shit, every week you can have sex and vote and that's it. It's not even the fun stuff. But it's, man. So you've already hit both. So it's probably not as weird for you. But I'm not particularly interested in drinking. I'm just at like a weird standstill. In life, I'm moving though. We're getting forward. We're moving forward. UK is a weird one. As you can drink and vote, but no season as well. Makes giving it. Yeah, that does suck. And that's definitely a big one here also. Because I feel like my boss has a tendency to hire people he believes are on the younger side and manipulatable, so he doesn't have to give them a fair wage because they're all so young and dumb and don't know what they're doing. So they're mistreated oftentimes, which is kind of bogus. Alcohol makes me eyes emoji, but like in a negative way. I don't like alcohol at all. Oh my god. Why would you do that to yourself? That is literally the saddest thing you could possibly do. That's like self-harm, I'm pretty sure. Do you want me to call someone? I am... oh my god. Oh! This is why nobody takes us seriously at our age. Is because we do shit like that. I don't think. Oh my god. LMAO. I hear that if you start drinking early, it stops being fun once it becomes legal, because there's not a thrill to it anymore. Which makes sense, because a lot of people, for a lot of kids, it's like breaking the rules or whatever. But I'm glad you got back on it. Congratulations. Okay. You know what? And that happens to the best of us. One time I set off the fire alarm by by lighting a candle directly underneath the smoke detector. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes dumb. Here's a sphere. Sure, that makes sense. We never had it in the house, so I never really cared. We have it in the house now, but that's a very recent development. I also didn't have any friends who are particularly interested in drinking, so it just doesn't. I also have trauma, but that's like a side thing. When you're young, drinks to get drunk, party, it's fun, but it's another. And you know what? That sounds a lot safer and better than the drinking I have seen and experienced. Because there's this one kid who graduated this year. My sister she just graduated this year, so I still have to listen and deal with high school drama, which sucks. I thought I left that behind, but it seems I have not. Because this one kid apparently went to a house party or whatever pretty recently and drank himself half to death. Like, he passed out and was unresponsive and they had to call an ambulance. So that's really fun and horrifying as well. Very glad that happened to him. Not. Holy shit. Oh, good. I'm glad. Thank you, high school drama. You really did that for us, didn't you? Wow. King shit. Man, as long as you know people in high school, I think that's just gonna happen, which is horrible. I could go without. What's funny is I probably had the least amount of high school drama in high school. I never did anything. I was like, wow, I'm gonna sit here and draw. Piss off. And I did. And of course that came with the consequence of not having any fucking friends, but that's beside the point. Yeah. My high school was definitely not the smartest, I don't think. Oh my god. There was this one time period where they had like a crackdown on when you were allowed to, like, you used to, during this time you had the ability to stay after school with teachers and do a bunch of shit, but they like cracked down on it for a hot second. Because someone was caught having sexual intercourse in the band closet. So nobody was allowed to stay after school for like a week, which is really funny to me. My high school today, but ugh, cringe. I stopped talking to like 99% of the people from high school, so it's the band room. Cause man, people. What was I saying? God, fuck. Yeah, I totally forgot. Whatever I said happens. It happens. Or hot in the middle of my front end is X minor. Probably smart. Picking sides is very bad. There's someone who's had sex in the shower. Oh, that's fun. The bike shed. Bike shed? What is going on over there, man? Damn. I've never heard of a bike shed. We had a, fucking shit. Pole barn. We had a pole barn, but that was as close as we'd get to a shed, I think. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god. Why would you do that? So gross. Oh, I forgot there's a little translucent tool. Idiot. Oh my god. That's a little risky, I think. That's quite the auditorium in front of God and everyone? Damn, I'd assume it'd be like in the back, but still. I'm impressed a little bit, to be honest. Okay, damn. Some people are crazy. And horny. On stage? Now that's a little much. Bathrooms is so gross. Why would you do that? That's... Why? There are classier places. Your house, maybe. Car. Yeah. I can't even imagine what the dude's bathroom is like. Ugh. And I mean, like, I get that you're sneaking around and everything, but cars. Cars too. Yeah, school might be the most dumb place to do that. I literally don't understand why you'd even bother. Like, there are other locations. Cars. Oh, damn. Probably smart, actually. I almost wish America did that. Because driving in the school parking lot after we got let out, petrifying. Kids died on a daily basis. I don't know about that. Oh. that does make it a bit problematic, huh? Man, you only been at school at 16? What the fuck? I didn't know that. I wasted like an extra year. I got out kind of early because I started school young. Most people end at 18. Everyone told me these two kids sitting like in the alcove. Just okay. Making out is weird, but it's not as bad, I don't think, at school. Probably don't. Like, if you can avoid it, that'd be great. Like, I live here. So it'd be really cool if you just didn't. But there was this one couple that used to make out by the fountain. Yeah, before school every day. So 8 a.m., baby. And I was like, wow, I love seeing this. This early in the morning. But they were there every day, so at some point you just became accustomed to it, and then they broke up the next year, which is really funny to me. College was between 16 and 18, then universities 18 plus, but college and UD is totally optional. So you want to just 16 seems really young to just be fucking off, but you know what? Find yourself. Find yourself, man. It is very bizarre, though, to be honest. But I'm not opposed, necessarily. That does... I don't want to say it sounds smarter, but that is a way to do it. Yeah, being a 16-year-old in college would suck ass. Art college specifically, not real. I can safely say that it is simply not real. If anybody tells you otherwise, they would be lying. Okay. This needs to lighten. Or something. Oh my god, my favorite joke! My boyfriend is from a different school, actually. You wouldn't know him. He's from a different school. Literally my favorite joke to tell. For what? It's not even funny. But catch me telling it literally all the fucking time. There was this one girl who was in the grade below me who was older than me, which is really bizarre and shouldn't be happening, but you know, I got to graduate earlier than her, and that is all that matters. She also I forget what I was gonna say, never mind. My bad. I don't know how I feel about this fucking flag. It's pissing me off. Ew, why would you do that? So you joined the army at 16. Weird thing in the UK. Huh. 16 feels too young for me. Personally. Okay, I need to turn this up. Not necessarily for consent, because we kind of have that here. Because, like, there's that weird in-between where 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds can consent amongst each other. But, like, once you hit 18, 17 and 16 is off limits to you. Which makes sense, and I don't necessarily mind that, because high school kids are, you know, hormonal, and they're gonna get curious. So you may as well, you know, let it go. But then having the law protect them from freaks is probably really smart, and I do like that aspect of it. But 16 going to war? I'm gonna go with a no from me on that one. What's funny, though, is a lot of people point out that it's kind of dumb to have people be able to join the army but not be able to drink while they're there. So, 21 being the drinking age is idiotic, and I don't know why we do it still. I mean, we're really gonna head back here because we were figuring out his ADHD at the time, so it's not surprising me to have another person on the lower grade. She was smarter than me, though. Which was the weird thing, she was in the math track higher than me, which made her faster than I was. So she was younger, but on the same track as I was, because I was normal. Normal. Oh, the Dream Mask video. Shit was hilarious. Average, sure. I have two friends, one that should have graduated with me, one that should have graduated with both born weird times. Damn. You said you were 18, but you were trained and ready to go. Stop, not Dream. Well, now I'm talking about it. Well, now I'm talking about Dream. I watched it out of curiosity because of the memes. I was like, oh my god, well, now I've gotta see it. And it was even worse than Twitter was saying. I was like, whoa. He really said, the fuck is Dream? Dude. Okay. Dream is a Minecraft YouTuber? I think. I don't know anything about him. But he released this music video called Mask. Oh my god. I am telling everyone about Dream. So he's a YouTuber, I'm pretty sure, or streamer or something, who does Minecraft. I don't know anything about him beyond that. But he does do, like, Dream SMP is what it's called, like, the group of people that he hangs out with. So it's like, survival multiplayer is what SMP stands for. So it's him and a bunch of other buddies of his that stream Minecraft. And he released a music video, I don't know how long ago, but it was pretty recently, I believe. And the music video, it's almost incomprehensible what it's about. I only watched it once, and I'm definitely not watching it again. I don't want to get, copyright murdered. I don't think it'd be copyright stricken, or whatever. I don't think I'll get DMCA'd for that or anything. But it doesn't, I don't want to risk it, just in case. But he wrote a song, or released a song, be nice to me, where he talked about wearing a mask and blah, 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 like mental illness shit. Yeah, it's something. Because the way the music video is, and I'm going to I didn't pay too much attention to the lyrics because I was just absolutely enamored by everything that was going on screen, because visually it was so bad that I couldn't pay enough attention to the music I was floored with how bad the visuals were. In fact, let me pull up some imagery. Devil's Advocate soundtrack, what are you doing here? I forgot to remove that from my playlist. My apologies. And that's, I don't think there's any shame in not wanting to show your face, but my god. Like, I think Cry, to this day, hasn't shown his face, and it's been years for him. Dream music video. It's so bad. Okay, well, here's the meme. Let me switch my window for you. Here it is. So this is the meme. Oh, it's the Know Your Meme page. But it's the You Are Not Normal meme that people have been going everywhere. And now this isn't horrible from the back. This is the front of his face. He's crying in this one. It's just... This is awful. Amogus. It's just... Oh, it's so ugly to look at. Diagnosed with yeah, he, oh my god, it makes me so upset. I don't know what the fuck the rest of this is. Like, mass YouTube video. No? Oh, I forgot Dream in my Google search. There we go. Looks a lot better. Dream Minecraft mask tutorial. Thank you, King. This one's really bad as well. Definitely didn't look like that in the video. Point is that it's, ugly and I hated it. Oh my god, I'm sorry about the early 2000s metal music videos. That's very sad. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen. It's like really bad. Yeah. And I mean, if I wouldn't bully it so bad if it were like, oh, this is a passion project, you know, like we didn't have a whole lot of money to do any better than this. I'd leave it alone if it were that. But no, not the lip, but come on, it's my favorite emoji. But I don't know if he. I don't trust him. Especially after this. Dream has fucking money. Exactly. It's like, dude, you could, pay animators to do a good job for you. Maybe. What's his Dream net worth? This is still images, sorry. Rapper? The Dream. I don't think this is... No, okay, that makes more sense. Is this it? This is it. Dream's net worth $5 million. Not The Dream! But so he makes $5 million. Oh, good. A dream cake. Can you believe it? Can you fucking believe it? But... in the music video, I didn't really go into that. You're right. You're right, it doesn't. But I think The Dream is actually like a separate guy. I didn't realize that until later. This dude is wearing like 7 hats. Oh, this is The Dream. Thank you, The Dream. Look at him go. Anyway, so the music video was about, him wearing a mask and all this shit, and you're going through it, and I love that picture. White, yeah, you're right, and you should say it. I'm looking up the fucking lyrics to the mask. Lyrics. Give me a Genius lyric. He's on Genius. This is so sad. Okay. I'm going to read the lyrics to you now. Intro. Secure the bag. Know what I mean? Ben Risk on the beat. Ayo, Parrish, this is hot boy. Okay. I wear a mask with a smile for hours at a time, stare at the ceiling while I hold back what's on my mind. And when they ask me how I'm doing, I say I'm just fine. And when they ask me how I'm doing, I say I'm just fine. But the fact is, I can never get off my mattress, and all that they can ask is, why are you so sad, kid? Why are you so sad, kid? A dramatic reading. Thank you. That's what the mask is. That's what the point of the mask is. So you can see I'm trying. You won't see me crying. I'll just keep smiling. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. And it just keeps on piling. It's so terrifying. But I keep on smiling. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I've been caring too much for so long. Been comparing myself for so long. Been wearing a smile for so long. It's real so long. It's real so long. It's real. No, the lyrics are... Oh my god, don't even get me started on music. The lyrics are bad. They're not interesting. Or, like, if you want to put out a dramatic song about how, like, how it, you know, feels to have a mental illness or have depression or whatever. Ow, sorry. Put a metaphor. Oh, thank you. I added it for Pride Month, so it'll change once Pride Month is over. Which I'm very excited about. Not that I'm not excited for Pride Month to be over. I'm excited to change my sticker, which is, they're different. But if you wanted to write a song about mental illness or depression or whatever, at least make it a little nuanced, you know? Like, it can be interesting, fun, sexy, cool, but it doesn't have to shove, hey, I have depression in your face. Also telling kids that throwing away your pills is good. No. My god. But the imagery in the video, like, he's going through, and he's talking about how the way, if you put on a mask, blah, 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 it feels real, and it's almost like, because it feels real, he doesn't need to get help for the issues that he has, and that's not helpful. That's not a good message to spread at all, because it's like, it's just really after going big on the Minecraft. Oh. So he used his mental illness to avoid getting got. That's great. This dude is just good up. Everything I hear about him is positive. Immensely. He pisses me off so bad. How old is he? I think he's like 21. And that was another thing that bothered me about the video, is he's pretending he's in high school. Or at least it feels like it. Honestly, cheating on shit like that doesn't even bother me. I don't know why I'd care. But I guess it kind of makes him money. God, that's so bad. Oh my god, I'm like scrolling through the music video. It's, oh my god, the fabric, the way it moves, upsets me deeply. The way his hands look, very sad. The way the mask goes on his face, despicable. But yeah, the way he's talking about it is not a very positive representation of how mental illness works. And it's definitely not a good way to cope with it either. So it's just bad. All around, it's just awful. And I'm really glad to hear that he released it to get his shit focused on something else. That's great. Thank you, King. I'm so upset. Okay. I'm closing all of my mask tabs, and I'm doing something else now. Ugh. He's... Thank you. Thank you, Dream. That's great. Thank you for coming to the party. Well, I should have been talking about BioShock for, like, and however long the stream's been going on, because that's what I said I was going to do, and then didn't. So we can talk about BioShock instead. Because I finished it on... Okay. Well, you mentioned Heisenberg, so now I'm gonna go back. You are right. He is transgender. You are absolutely correct. We can come back. No, we haven't talked about BioShock. Okay, BioShock. So I finished it on, what was it? Fucking, Tuesday? I finished on Tuesday, and that was my first, like, full-blown playthrough, because I played it a little bit as a kid, and I hadn't, fully gone through the game. And I didn't like it at first. I liked... Oh, well, good thing you're gonna hear about it for several hours, because there's a lot to unpack here. Okay. A lot of the time, I need to sit down and process my feelings on games, because at first, I wasn't a big fan of the way Resident Evil had ended, and then I stopped, got off stream, took a couple days to process why I felt that way, and then came back and talked about it later. So I decided to do the same thing, this time, and take a second, process it, decide how I feel, and then come back. Yeah, I wasn't very good. And I don't want to blame it on the controls per se, because I could just be very shitty at the video game. But there was some things that, functionally did mess me up a little bit, and didn't help me be better at the game. So I see what you mean. Okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be completely upfront with you right now. The main reason I didn't like the game at the end of the playthrough was because they revealed, well... Jax, did you intend on playing the game at all? Because what I'm about to say it's like the plot twist, is the plot twist. And I'm not gonna, like, spoil it for you if you're interested in playing the game. Because it is a very good, okay. Thank you, I would die for you. Because it's, like, what? It's old. This game's old as fuck. I think it came out, like, 2007, but I have absolutely no idea. But so, Atlas, Heart Eyes, and I did like him purely because of his voice. He was hot. His voice changed. When he was revealed to be Frank Fontaine, his voice changed into this weird, like, gangster voice that I was not attracted to at all. So I was a little mad. I was like, oh, well, he can be evil. Okay, that 2007, that's what I thought. I did turn it on easy. I died, like, 3 times in the first area where they gave me villains. I was like, I can't do this. Alice's voice, hot as hell. I am literally. That's how you know it's a good game. It's because it came out when you were 5. But, because when he was revealed to be Frank Fontaine, he switched his voice into Frank Fontaine voice. Yuck. Ew. Because it was like a weird gangster voice that I wasn't a fan of at all. And I was like, oh. Kind of cringed that. I didn't... But, so... Otherwise, I kind of... Yeah, you're right. Because if he had just stayed the same person, I think it would have been a lot more... believable, I guess. because his voice changed quite a bit. You could still hear the undertones of his accent when his voice actor was trying to change his voice into Frank Fontaine voice. But that was what bothered me about it, is he was trying to suppress his original accent so hard that it just sounded bad, and I was like, I'm out, actually. You're not sexy anymore. I've gotta go. In the little picture in the corner where, like, the little radio pops up and it's, like, letting you know who you're talking to, Atlas was hot as fuck. And I will give him this. I wouldn't even mind Frank Fontaine looking different because he was, like, bald or whatever. I wouldn't even mind if his voice sounded the same, but it didn't. So the game was essentially destroyed. I know! I may be attracted to evil people a little bit as a treat. Okay, so we are officially unpacking the actual game now. Now that I've gotten my Atlas, sometimes that's also hot, now that I've got my official Atlas complaints out of the way. Because I was talking to Scotathan a little bit about it, and he was like, yeah, you don't even have to do the thinking, you can watch a video essay. And I was like, oh my god, King, you're right. So that's what I did this morning when people invaded my home to redo our carpet. It was very sad. I wish they hadn't come. Because they were up my asshole pretty much all morning. But that is beside the point. So I watched a video essay as he recommended, and so it's supposed to be like a comment. This is what someone had said in chat a couple of days ago. He was talking about how it was commentary on libertarianism. And libertarianism is, I don't know if it's like a universal. What the fuck are you doing? I'm not even on the right layer anymore. We'll cut it down. So it's supposed to be a commentary on libertarianism and that mindset. And libertarianism is big into like free market, like government no touchy is basically libertarianism. And that was pretty obvious so Andrew Ryan is the head of Rapture, which is the city that you're in. And it is pretty clear that is the main ideals of the game, is government no touchy. Because, well, not necessarily government no touchy. Libertarianism specifically is government no touchy. But the way, Andrew Ryan thought it was like, nobody touch anything. Like, you're allowed to be free to do whatever you want, you get to decide. Was essentially his whole shtick. And so he is implied to be the villain over the course of the game. And this is sort of true. Like, he does shit to mess with you a little bit, but, overall, it doesn't affect things a whole hell of a lot. The actual villain is Fontaine, who you find that out later. But so your character is implied to have something to do with Rapture, which I absolutely did not notice. Don't look at me. Because of the chain on his wrists. There was a lot of like imagery that I missed in this game. I just wasn't paying attention. Honestly, to understand anything that's going on in BioShock, you do need to be paying attention. And as we all know, I don't do that. I mean, definitely, because he did, take everybody down to Rapture to, essentially say goodbye ethics. So I'm not necessarily saying he's a good person in the first game. He's just not the antagonist. So you were correct. We are on the same page. Yeah, I'm gonna explain it really fucking shitty. 'Cause because apparently you find out that, Fontaine's been, like, distributing Bibles to a lot of the, poor in Rapture, which is something I did pick up on a lot of religious undertones in the game, but I didn't necessarily understand what they meant and why they were there, while I was playing. But the video that I watched said that Andrew Ryan was like, ew, yucky religion, because they didn't want to, because Andrew Ryan didn't want religion and the ethics of, like, involved in, like, morality, involved in religion, to affect the, essentially, utopia that he had created for himself and others, that felt the same way as him. So Fontaine had apparently distributed Bibles and other, like, religious paraphernalia to, shift views, in his favor, because Ryan wouldn't want, religious stuff in Rapture, so he made it, Fontaine essentially made himself out to be the good guy because he was distributing this literature that people wanted to see, but Andrew Ryan was suppressing that, and his core value was freedom, but he was then, like, cracking down on things that were happening, undoing the freedom that he created Rapture for. Yeah, he talks about that a little bit in the beginning. Like, communism bad because everybody is the same. Religion bad because everything belongs to God. There's a lot of nuance in the game that I absolutely did not understand. But I would deeply enjoy playing the game again, honestly. Because the ending specifically, it did feel a little bit abrupt, and that might be because I played for 4 hours straight and it just ended very, okay, you're done. It was really weird for me. Because a lot of games have, like, a very nice, here you go, you're done ending. But so the game ended and it was like, oh, you were family with the little sisters, blah, 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 blah. And I didn't really understand the significance of that because we never really discussed family over the course of the game. Like, you were given flashes of your family because the main character was raised in... I played the second round for 4 hours. I think the game is 8-ish hours. But I was... Honestly, if you wanted to see more and pay more attention, I was just playing to play, and I tend to play very quickly. So I'm like, oh, I'm going forward. I don't look for things. If you sat down and looked for things and paid attention to what was going on around you, it'd definitely be a longer, more complex game. But I was just playing. I was like, hee gun. And went forward like that. So I definitely recommend, if you did end up playing it, to play it slower. But the family ending, so it was like, because you were given flashes of your family or whatever over the course of the game, but it was never really real, so then you find out that your family never really existed, blah, 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 and so then you became family with the little sisters at the end of the game on the surface, where morals existed and everything. And I didn't really realize the significance of that, but then I kind of got it. I was going to articulate my thoughts on that, but forgot what I was going to say, because I lost my train of thought. So I'll have to come back to that. Yeah, it's interesting seeing the development of Andrew Ryan. Wanted to be... Yeah. And then starting to 180 as he realizes... Starting to 180 as you realize that giving everyone complete freedom means you give people your freedom is the freedom to threaten. Yeah, which is why you seem... And the video I watched pointed out that Andrew Ryan sort of realized that that was what he had done. And that's why he essentially commands you to kill him in his death scene or whatever. Because he's essentially atoning for all the wrongs he had done to his, morals. No, what the fuck is going on back here? So I do, man, Andrew Ryan, extremely interesting character. Delicious, if I may. Fontaine is a lot less interesting, arguably. He's like, oh, I'm scum of the earth. Yeah, and that's delicious. I wish he were hotter. Sheesh is right, my friend. You are absolutely correct. Oh yeah, okay. Family. The family thing that I was talking about. I remembered what I was going to say and how I was going to articulate it. Amazing that I was able to do that. I literally don't know how I fucking managed. But a lot of the game was based on, like, the lack of morals. And a lack of morals almost reflects a lack of humanity. And this is how I am interpreting the game. A lot of shit that I said before this was how the guy I watched the video essay, the guy who made it, that's how he interpreted the game, not necessarily how I would interpret the game if I played through it again. I'm sure I'd pick up things because I've watched it, but for the sake of freeing myself from the confines of taking responsibility for my opinions, I'm going to be honest and say that I don't know what I'm talking about literally ever, and you should never take me seriously. But, so Ryan created the whole of Rapture, under the impression that, his core values would be able to run the whole thing, and he wouldn't have to deal with morality on the flip side. I also think it's really interesting that everything happens under the ocean, where a lot of humans don't go. So that's like the perfect spot. Another good place would have been underground, but I do think under the ocean is very fun, sexy, and cool. But so family is like the opposite of a lack of morals. Like, loyalty to your family, love, is a very human thing. I don't want to say moral necessarily, but it's pre-programmed into everyone, essentially. And so despite the main character living and being grown as a slave, essentially, he's still a human being and is capable of having a family like everybody else. And I don't really understand what I'm saying anymore, so I'm gonna stop. Lives in the ideology that society will police and govern itself. So that is, yeah. And I love how he ended up leading Rapture anyways. That's very fun, sexy, and cool. And I know it's not anything, it's not an allegory for communism, but that's something that we've tried to do, where it's like, oh, let's be communisms. Let's be communisms? I'm a literal genius. Don't even worry about it. Let's be communists and not have anybody lead. That's literally never worked. So essentially that same attempt was made with Andrew Ryan, where he was like, no one can control you, but then he ends up being the person who controls everything because he's the person who made it in the first place. Me when I got be nice to be, it's just interesting to see how in essentially every example of people trying not to be led or governed, or restricted by that, or by a specific person, it always ends up happening anyway. Honestly, it feels like people have an innate desire to be led or to follow. It's either that or you have the innate desire to lead, depending on what kind of person you are. So we all just end up falling into that same system in the end. Anyway, I'm definitely looking at it from a human nature aspect as opposed to whatever the fuck the game was actually supposed to say or trying to say. But I do think government freedom and control is closely tied into those things a little bit because free will, it is a bitch. Sorry, that was a Devil's Advocate reference, because I live in the gutter. It's a bit of tragedy as to protect a society of not being governed. He has to, yeah. And that's always what got me as a kid. Whenever we were learning about communism in class, I was always like, oh, communism, good, because everyone equal. And then it's like, I don't know if any of you have read Animal Farm. I certainly haven't, but the, tagline is, some animals are more equal than others. Which is sort of what happened with communism, because that's what the book is about. Oh my god, well, if you want to hit me up with that on Discord, that'd be great. I do want to replay it, though. That's fair. Animal Farm probably wasn't the most particularly interesting book. But we read that during our government unit in senior year, which went along with 1984, which we also read that semester. Senior year was a little wild for English, but it wasn't SAT shit, so I'm not gonna complain too terribly. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna replay BioShock because I want to understand. I just definitely playing it on stream probably wasn't the smartest because I'm a very go fast for the sake of entertainment gamer. Because I'm sure there was shit I missed in Resident Evil Village as well. Because it was the same way. Because I actually missed quite a bit in Resident Evil. Like, there were these weird mechanisms where you put, a ball in it and I don't know what they were. And I never found out because I was like, oh my god, I'm done with the game. Goodbye. And just didn't go back to it. So I might have to replay Resident Evil as well. But it'd have to be in my own time. And I'm absolute ass at playing shit in my own time. So I'm just not everyone wants the same thing, which is obviously the hierarchy of human needs. At the base, Atlas's voice. I'm kidding. No, yeah. I hadn't considered this, and you were right. Which kind of sucks. Because I wish everybody, vibed and was able to compromise a little better. But sometimes that's not how things go. I have a very cynical way of looking at government due to the country I live in. None of it is particularly positive. And I don't feel like unpacking all that right now. But that was certainly the track I was going to go on. Man, I probably should have thought talking about BioShock through a little better. I didn't realize how little I actually understood it. I was like, oh, well, you watched that video, so you totally get it. No. No, you don't. Stop. We live in a society. I'm going to ban you also for society. I don't have mods, but if I did, you'd be the first to go. Man, what is going on? This area, I have no idea what's happening. I'm glad you felt that it was worth it. And I like unpacking things. It's really fun. Especially hearing other people's like interpretations and the way they the way they thought about it is really neat because everyone's experiences are different. So everyone's perceptions are going to be different due to their different experiences. Blah 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 blah. There's this one movie that I really like that I've watched quite possibly a dozen times in the past few months alone. And every time I watch it, I find something new. Like, I don't remember what I found in my most recent rewatch, but I was so psyched. I was like, oh my god, something new about my favorite movie of all time ever. It's not even that good of a movie. Like, objectively, I like it, but but I feel like BioShock would probably be the same way with how many times you'd play it, and that's probably why it's a good. That's probably why it's good that it's a short game, is because you'd want to go back and replay it as many times as you can to understand what's going on. Because it is really thought-provoking and interesting. And I love that. Very sexy, very fun, very cool. I am getting messages out the ass. I don't know what's going on. Oh my god. Almond Cookie has been added to Cookie Run. Everyone keep it together. He isn't the hottest motherfucker alive or anything. I'm playing the second BioShock. I will look into this. Because I didn't even realize that there was a second one. Almond Cookie, my beloved. I didn't even realize there was a second one. To be honest. I thought it was BioShock and then BioShock Infinite. But there's like more. Because when I was looking... Oh. Because I have that on my aged Xbox 360. She is very old. Because I was under the impression that it was the second one, but hearing that there is a second one outside of that, very sexy. I am interested. I am thinking and considering. Probably should have looked into like getting like a pack or something. I would probably play the second one on stream, to be honest. I'm very bad at playing video games in my own time. I mentioned that, I'm pretty sure. Whoops. But I'd probably play the first one on my own time first to be able to understand what the fuck is going on before unpacking the second one. And I do want to play Kirby's Epic Yarn, my beloved. That definitely comes first, no question. I did not have to go this hard on these bricks. For what? Really? Who is to say? Oh, shit. Chat didn't show me those messages. You're probably gonna have to repeat those. Well, I don't think it'll show me here either. But I can try. Make them look sexy, and you've done. Thank you. Sometimes I have to pull up the Twitch website to catch messages, which sucks. I wish I didn't have to. So if ever I don't respond to anything anyone ever says, it's probably because they didn't show me the message. And I feel like absolute ass when that happens. Ah! Oh my god. Yeah, definitely. Get your ass to bed, King. The Nuggets await. Have a good night, dude. What the fuck was that? My weather app on my computer says warning. I don't know that I like that very much. I can't say that I'm a particularly large fan of warning. I checked it this morning. I checked it a few days ago, and it was an air quality warning, and I was like, wow, luckily I never go outside, so it's fine. It was a fire warning, so that's eyes emoji. Oh, that's fun. I love that for you. I wish it'd rain here. We're kind of going through like a drought thing right now. We don't get a whole lot of rain. We're not like dry. But it's not like I live in the fucking desert or anything, but we need some rain here pretty bad. People are dying. So maybe share a little bit. It feels like you're hogging the rain. Not very sexy. You know what? I could do that. I will save Michigan single-handedly by crying so much that the grass has no choice but to live. Trees will thrive, crops. We will have a more bountiful harvest than any other season. And it will all be thanks to me. You know what? I think another layer is in order. Thank you. I do my best. Whoops. Wrong thing. Whoops. That needs to be bigger. Thank you. Man. Maybe podcast art stream was a bad idea. It felt like a good idea at the time. But I forget that I am on stream for like 3 to 4 hours. And I'm going to need topics to cover all of those hours. And sometimes BioShock doesn't cut it. Especially considering I don't actually understand the game like I thought I did this morning. So I have no idea what else to talk about. Not that I've, gotten a whole lot done. Oh, well, I have horrible news. I have no idea. I was actually just some other beloveds. Like, characters? Or, like, games? I have many things that I belove. That was really dumb. I'm sorry. Belove. Games, but well, if you're giving me the choice, I will clearly talk about Devil's Advocates. No. I'll leave Devil's Advocate alone. I was playing Wii games that I emulated earlier. I'm trying really hard not to play Kirby's Epic Yarn before tomorrow, but at my will. Don't encourage me like that. Devil's Advocate is such a good movie. I mean, it's, again, objectively, well, I don't even know. You guys are really good at encouraging me. My God. It's like a mental illness, and you're like, oh, you have mental illness? Continue having it. We love your mental illness. Which games you got for the Wii? Okay. Emulation went very well. I don't use a Wii remote. Whatever the fuck you were talking about, I don't understand. I could connect the Wii remotes to my computer. I just don't care to, and my computer is fine. Like, my mouse and keyboard, I can play games like that just fine. Like, I downloaded, Mario Kart as a bit of a treat. It took me like 6 hours. I didn't realize Wii games could be so thick, but damn. It happens to the best of us. I was pretty sure I could do it without it, because it'd be kind of dumb to emulate a game if you needed the remote. Because, like, people would. I didn't have as much problems with, Kirby's Epic Yarn and Super Mario Brothers Wii, which I played for a while, but Super Mario Kart, that one went okay. It wasn't, deplorable, control-wise. But Devil's Advocate, you shouldn't have. I'll be right back, but, like, it'll take me 10 seconds, so I'm not even gonna put it on my screen. Oh, shoot. I guess it'll take longer. My bad. My hair's driving me up the wall. Okay, Man Bun King, if you could believe it. I don't even know what to talk about in regards to Devil's Advocate, to be honest. You encouraged me for nothing, and for that I am very sorry. Thank you. The movie, delicious, complex, interesting, sexy, has Keanu Reeves in it, cool. What's my favorite scene? That's a hard one. There's a lot of good ones. Well, I hate the ending scene. Well, not the ending, but, like, the one before the ending, where it's, like, the big reveal. And I'm like, dude. Well, okay. That's not that I hate it. I hate that okay. It's all revealed to be a dream in the end, and I think that's really dumb. I am glad everyone's alive. That's nice. But there's something about, endings like that piss me off. It's like a cop-out. It's like, dude, are you serious? Really? We're doing that? Great. Thanks. That's great. I am an average enjoyer of a happy ending. So that's what we got. But, yeah. And I mean, I don't want to say it was horrible. Because I'm not really sure how they would have ended the movie otherwise. Because normally when I have problems with things, I could come up with a better ending pretty easily. But I can't really imagine any other way to end the movie. Because the main character would have been killed off, but the villain would have lost too. So there would have been no one would have won in the end. So it would have been a very bizarre way to end a movie, where, like, the main character didn't fail or win. Yeah. It was a little weird. P.S. Welcome back. It's very good to have you. Very sorry you had to show up at the part I was talking about Devil's Advocate. Blame chat. But I can't imagine any other ending, despite it pissing me off very bad. But I did... Oh my god, movie chat, my bullet. I literally, if you get me going about movies, I literally won't shut the fuck up. I was this close to rewatching all 3 John Wicks today. You know what? I've got it. I know what to talk about. I don't know how many of us are, fans. I don't think you can really be a fan. But I don't know how many of us have seen, watched, heard of A Handmaid's Tale. I have been watching that show, like, I watch it every time they release a new episode, because I'm fairly committed to it. It's definitely not fun. It's not a fun show to watch, but it's definitely, unfortunately, my style. It's definitely not for everybody. It's sickening. But that's the sort of shit I watch, and I don't know why. I am a certified freak, and there is no shame in this. So season 4 ended yesterday. And season 4 has been notoriously shitty over the course of the entire season. I'm gonna spoil it. The whole thing. If you ever intend on watching it, I think there's a birth. Yeah, there's quite a bit of that. There's only like 2 direct birth scenes, but it is heavily focused on that topic. So if it all bothers you, I definitely wouldn't recommend it. But so I'm gonna go through the whole thing really quick, just to give you a recap on what's gone on. So season 1 was like, it was like the introductory shit. It was like, okay, this is what's going on. This is how the world that we've built works. I'm actually gonna pull up the episode so I get a general idea of what's going on. Whoops, my bad. I opened Hulu because I have the ability to do that. I did it again. My condolences. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Season 1. So season 1, I don't remember if she gets pregnant in season 1. I don't think so. So season 1 is just like normal. I don't want to say normal shit. We find out about June is the main character. We find out about her past. We find out how she gets there. Blah 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 blah. And so then season 2 is, I believe, when she gets pregnant. it's not even the commander's kid. It's some other random dude that the wife brings in to get her pregnant because they're pretty sure he's incapable. But we will get there eventually. So season 2, she gets pregnant, and she has another opportunity to escape near the end of the season. She is unsuccessful. Because she gives birth, and it's like nasty. It's like she was in danger. So she, in an attempt to save her baby and herself, she lets them know where she is, and is recaptured and taken back. And so then season 3 starts with her being, punished for trying to escape. Well, not necessarily starts, because there's a couple more episodes after that. And then season 3 is where we start to get a little weird. It's definitely not a bad season by any stretch of the imagination, but we start to play a little bit. Because she's moved to a new post, so we're not with the Waterfords anymore, which is their original family, because they have a kid. So she has a kid for them, but Serena allows her to help the child escape. So the child is then sent to Canada and stays with her husband before all of this happened. So season 3, we start to get a little funky, and we're sent to a new posting, but this posting doesn't want his name's Commander Lawrence, and Commander Lawrence loves his wife, if you could believe it, and doesn't want to have sex with June at all, so they just don't do ceremonies or anything. So June's just kind of there, and June starts to get, like, I don't want to say cocky because that's the incorrect term, but it's she gets confident and starts running shit out of his house, and she goes to see Hannah, which is her daughter, blah 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 blah. And so we go through the season like that. She's trying to find other people to help her escape, etc., etc. And so throughout the season, she's like running things, and she's trying to help people and run revolutionary shit. And she ends up getting a plane full of, I don't know how many children, but she gets a plane full of kids out of Gilead. And so they're free and they go home to their rightful parents, if they're alive. And so, happy 905, everyone. So she gets them to their rightful parents, if they're still living. And then that's where we start season 4. Thank you for your happy 905s, everyone. But so we sort of she's shot at the end of season 3, and that's it. It ends there. We don't see where she goes. We don't see if she lives. Thank you for your happy 905. And it just ends like that. And then the pandemic hits, and they skip a summer. So normally they release a season every summer. So it's been pretty consistent, season to summer, but then the pandemic hits. So they were in the middle of filming season 4 when the pandemic rolled around, so they weren't able to release it in 2020. So now we're here releasing it in spring, because normally it ends late August. But they started really early this year, probably because people were like, oh, where is it, or whatever. So they probably just released it as soon as the season was over. Like finished filming. And it was ass. The entire season, the entirety of season 4 sucked major balls. I hated season 4, every bit of it. I don't know if it was a new writer. I don't know what was going on, but it was, I can't. So, we open up with June, and this is the season that's most fresh, so a lot of that other shit was just me, you know, getting you to the point where we're at now. So she's shot at the end of the season 3, and then we open up with her and her friends being on a farm still on Gilead's land, but the commander is kind of like so unbelievably old he has no idea what's going on. So the wife, Mrs. Keyes, who is extraordinarily young, like uncomfortably young, which has been a problem posed earlier in the series when Nick was forced to marry a 15-year-old girl, and Nick is like 30, 35-ish. And he's like, this is very bad and wrong. She dies because she falls in love with an eye, and so she's executed. So she does not last for long, but she's like, I am going to die for love. And it's very touching and sad and horrible, like the whole show tends to be. So Mrs. Keyes is she's a child, but she's damaged. She's got some stuff going on mentally because she's abused by her husband and other men that the husband brings there. These are very sensitive topics, so if you're uncomfortable, don't listen. I probably should have mentioned that first. But so the I'm just gonna make this a nice heterosexual building. But oh yeah, I was gonna add a different layer. So June essentially adopts her as her kid, kind of. Like, she's projecting maternal feelings on Mrs. Keyes. And Mrs. Keyes sort of idolizes her because of June has essentially made herself a legend in Gilead because of how many children she helped escape. Because it is extraordinarily difficult to escape, which is why it took her 3 seasons to do so. Well, she actually had several opportunities, but she rejected a lot of them because she wanted to find her other daughter before going to Canada. Which grew very frustrating very quickly. After, like, the second or third one that she did that with, I was like, okay. Let's... But so, she... So they're on the farm, she's healing, and then they get discovered, I believe. Like, June gets captured at some point. I don't remember why. Because that happened, you know, a few weeks ago. But she gets captured, and June is a very violent person at this point in the series. Like, it's a little unbearable to watch, because she's just not a fun character to listen to. Because over the course of the season 4 specifically, she's like, oh, I want to kill people. And that's like her whole personality, is wanting to kill people. And I wasn't a particularly big fan of this character choice. She was very revolutionary and, like, eager to change things and help people, kind of. She's a very manipulative person, and that's not a quality I tend to find endearing. And I tend to want to enjoy watching the protagonist win, but a lot of times I didn't want her to get her way. I wanted her to get better, essentially. But she does eventually. I don't remember a lot of the shit that happens in Gilead in this season, because she ends up in Canada after a certain point. And this is where the season starts to go really downhill, because so she's on this boat, and okay, she makes it to Chicago. Janine, another handmaid, is there. They've killed all the other handmaids that were trying to escape, by either shooting them or hitting them with a train in one scene. So Janine and June are the only ones left. So they travel in a milk container on a train, and they empty it and they sit in it, and they stop after a certain point. June wants to go to Chicago. Janine wants to go to Boston. Chicago is a war front at the moment, and Boston is where they know people who could help them. So Janine wants to go find help. June wants to go to war. And so they end up in Chicago, and they are met with a particularly hostile group of people, and so they acquaint themselves with these people, and they just write men in an extraordinarily bad light the whole time. Like, I don't want to be not all men are bad, but I feel like a lot of men know that there are certain things you shouldn't be doing. You know what I mean? Because this dude, like, every man we meet is just deplorable. Because this dude is like, oh, you need to have sex with me so you can stay here. And June is like, I don't want to. And so he's like, okay, I'll go get your friend. So Janine ends up doing what she needs to do to get them to be able to stay. And so they stay there for a little bit. Janine and June fight, which was also unbearable to watch because her motivations are, like, violent and nothing else at this point in the series. And so June intends on leaving without Janine to go find the Night Watchers, which are a group of people who just want to kill people from Gilead and nothing else. So she goes to find the Night Walkers or Watchers or whatever the fuck, and she ends up hiding under a car at some point, and then finds out that Janine is following her the whole time, and so she's like, oh, I wanted to come with you. Handmaids walk in pairs because of they're not allowed to go anywhere alone. They basically do that one Mormon thing where they send each other off to make sure they keep each other accountable for any actions that they take. So that's all fun, I think. So they're going together, and then Chicago is bombed. So they survive the bombing, but we don't know where Janine is for a while. So June survives the bomb and is found by Moira, a friend from before Gilead existed. So they reunite, and it's kind of sad, because June doesn't recognize her at first because she was just, bombed. So she is like, I have to go find Janine, and so she's trying to find Janine, and Moira's like, no, come this way, and essentially leads her away, and is like, Janine's probably dead, you need to get on the boat, you need to come to Canada with me, I'm getting you home if he fucking kills me. And so she does. She manages to convince June to go to Canada, and June is pretty out of it, so it's not necessarily against her will, but it's certainly not of her own volition necessarily. So she's on the boat, and Una is Moira's girlfriend at the time. She does not last very long. She's still alive, she just doesn't last very long in a relationship with Moira. because Moira essentially went against her wishes and said that she was and smuggled June onto this boat just against Una's wishes, and so they're put into a pretty poor situation because there's a Gilead checkpoint, basically checking the ship to make sure that no one's escaped from Gilead. And so Moira fesses up and is like, hey, I brought June. I know I wasn't supposed to. Sorry. And so they're talking about what they should do with June. And so June is like, oh, you should just send me back. And Una's like, oh my god, thank you so much. Because it would essentially save her entire her relief efforts. Because they won't let anybody in anymore after they find out that somebody was smuggled out, essentially. So Moira's like, no, we can't do that. I've been trying to save her for so long, blah, 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 blah. So we're on the boat, and June and Moira are talking. Godspeed, sir. Let me know how the game ends, dude. Have a good time. Love you too, man. But so what was I talking about? I don't even remember. I get to pick and choose the bangs this time, because I didn't before. Moira smuggler, thank you. So, Moira helps, so they're talking, and June is like, I can't go back. I can't see Luke, because Luke and Moira are in the same spot. Because they're living in the same house, because Moira escaped from Gilead as well. So they're like vibing together. Moira's a lesbian, so they're not like fucking or anything. So Luke is still emotionally available for June when she gets there. So, because he's basically holding out hope that she will be found at some point. And at this point, she is. And Moira does tell him that she's coming. So June is like, I can't go back to Gilead. I'm sorry, I can't go back to see Luke without Hannah, because otherwise I would have failed as a mother, blah, 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 blah. Moira eventually convinces her to stay, and also convinces Una to let her be smuggled through. And so they smuggle her through, which does in the end destroy the relief efforts, which does kind of suck, but it happens to the best of us, for the sake of this show. So they, it's so weird. It kind of ends like right there. But anyway, so she ends up in Canada and she meets back up with Luke. And this is where things start to get like hazy for me, because that episode pissed me off pretty bad. So I was like, eh. And so her and Luke are reunited, and it's really awkward, which is understandable considering that, that they've been apart for 5, 6, 7 years by now. And he, has the baby that she had in Gilead, which implies that she had sex with another man, blah, 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 blah. So we get there, and Luke is, like, crying, and is like, oh my god, my wife, she's home, etc., etc., and... oh. So it's awkward and stunted, blah, 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 blah. And so we never really see June go to therapy, which is a huge problem that I have with the season. Because after being in Gilead, it should be assumed that she's been through hell. Maybe, government, get her some therapy. Because holy shit. Because she always insists that she's okay, and she's not. And she's getting, like, progressively more uncomfortably violent over the course of the season, despite her being in a safe place, which is really bizarre. And I don't... And she's, like, encouraging the other handmaid survivors to be violent as well, which is something that I like even less. Because they're healing, you should leave them alone. If you don't want to heal, don't. But leave them alone to be better. Because that's not fair. So... she... they live in Canada for a while, and then... so Fred and Serena are captured in Canada right now. So, now that June is here, she can essentially testify against them and get her justice. Which would have been great if the season had just left it there. Like, if they... like, the entire show. Had just been like, okay, she gets justice, and now they're looking for Hannah, leave the show there. Just, if it was open-ended and they hadn't found Hannah yet, I honestly would have been okay with that. Because the show is beginning to frustrate me beyond belief. So, she, goes to court, testifies, blah, 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 blah. Fred is an asshole, as always. He was the original commander of hers. And so, so she testifies, and there's a good shot that she'll win. Because he sucks, and is a bad person, and, you know. But then it's revealed that, Gilead isn't fighting for him to come home. So he betrays Gilead, and essentially says he will give them all the information that they want about Gilead in exchange for his freedom. So he doesn't want to go to jail or deal with the repercussions of his actions in Canada. And because Gilead isn't fighting for him, he's going to have to live in Canada. So he either lives in prison in Canada or... okay, his choices are he lives in Canada imprisoned, or he finds a way to be set free and live in Canada, because Gilead isn't fighting for him anymore. He essentially can't go back there. Because if he confesses, not confesses, but like tells everything that happened in Gilead, he would be betraying Gilead, so there's no way back for him there. But if he is imprisoned, he would have a way back, but he'd be imprisoned and he can't go back, essentially. So, also Serena is pregnant. I forgot that part. She hasn't... It's not particularly significant, it's just bizarre. Because she's a wife, so she isn't... In their society, she isn't meant to be the pregnant one. It's supposed to be the handmaid. So it's a little jarring. And we also find out that it's Fred's, which is also really weird, because he was hypothetically incapable of... he was hypothetically infertile. was essentially the implication over the course of the show. But he managed. I don't know. Which is where the writing starts to get a little rocky. Not that this... Rockier than normal. In this season, let's say, because the entire season is bad. So... So June is angry that he finds a way to set himself free. And... basically asks Tuello to make a deal with Lawrence, which is the commander that June used to be with. So June and him are on terms. I don't want to say good terms, but they are certainly on terms. So they make a deal, and so Lawrence offers... Oh, the music is off. Come back to me, son. So they essentially offer women that are in Gilead at the moment. And... Tuello is like, fine. Tuello's the Canadian-American man. There's American government within Canada because it's like the remnants of America because Canada knows that Gilead is bad and not actually America. So the people... It's hard to explain. So there's basically American government running out of Canada trying to recover America. So they... Shoot. Okay, so Tuello's convinced, and they trade Waterford for, the ladies. It's just random ladies. We don't know who they are. So, this is the season finale I'm talking about. I skipped a lot because this is the part I'm most upset about. Because June's violent tendencies essentially make me very upset and want to go to bed. So, we... discover that June has been in on this the whole time. I mean, we kind of knew. But, like, she essentially manipulated everyone into giving her Fred, which was her main abuser over the course of the series. And I mean, there were others, obviously, but he was the worst one, and the most significant to her. So he, instead of being sent back to Gilead, Nick, the guy who got her pregnant in season 2, they're in love. I forgot to mention that. And so he's, like, madly in love with her, so he will do essentially anything for her. He is a commander, so he has a lot of power. So he can do a lot of shit to help June over the course of this season. So he helps... So he gives Fred to June, and June kills him. And my phone it gives me articles. You know. It gives me articles about things that it thinks I want to see. And a lot of the time it is correct. I have been watching a lot of Handmaid's Tale. So it's like, oh, you want to see this? And I'm like, kinda. So it gives me articles, and it was like, it called the ending wholesome. And you know, I can't really... I can't find it within myself to agree. Because, holy shit. What the fuck? So she kills him. And keep in mind, like, she's killed people before. But a lot of those things were perceived as necessary actions to either get her out of a shitty situation or just circumstance. You know, like it wasn't, haha, I am killing people for fun. But this was, haha, I am killing people for fun. And I can't say that I liked that very much, because the season ends with June going back home to Nicole, her daughter that she had in Gilead, going back home to her daughter, covered in this man's blood, and she's like, oh my god, my baby, and is like hugging her and like kissing her and shit. And Luke comes in, and he's been essentially out of the loop the whole season. He's been there, but June doesn't talk to him a whole hell of a lot. He's just there. Which is great. But so Luke is floored. And she's like, give me 5 minutes with her and I'll go. And that's where the season ends. And I was, essentially, over the course of watching this season, was essentially hoping that they would be done. Because this season sucked so hard, I was like, okay, I'm kind of on the clock here. If we could, like, go faster and, like, end this series, that would be really cool. But unfortunately, I did not get my wish. Because this season ended horribly and left a lot of room for more seasons. And I was like, wow. Why? 'Cause honestly, Hannah is so, like, far out of my mind at this point in the show. I don't care what happens to her anymore. Like, that used to be the main goal of the show, was to find Luke, find Hannah, escape Gilead. That was, like, the whole shtick. We have Luke now. Check. You know? We got it. He's there. Thank you. Get Hannah. Go home. Sit down. Get some therapy or something. I'm tired of watching you do this. 'Cause it's not... I don't know. I am of the belief that... This is going to sound very pacifistic and possibly dumb, but I'm going to say it anyway. I am of the belief that people can change their mind about a lot of things if they just had a little bit more experience with those things. Like, homophobes with gay people, for example. If we sat down with homophobes, and, you know, not the violent ones, obviously, like, not the hate crime ones, but, the people who have it in them to be able to change their minds. If you just sat one down with a gay person for a while, probably avoided the topic of gay people, and just interacted with them on, like, a person-to-person basis, like, hey, what's your name? How are you doing? Like, just interacted, I'm sure homophobes would be like, oh, the gays are just like us. At least I'd like to think that's how it would work. I can't say that I've experienced this, because if anything, I have avoided coming out to my coworkers as if it would kill me to do so. Mainly because I live in an at-will state, and my coworkers are Trump supporters, and my boss is a staunch Republican. Like, he wouldn't let us put up, like, an environmentalist sign in the restaurant. Quite the stance he took there. I literally don't understand why you would go against environmentalism, but whatever. In a perfect world, people will really... Yeah! And I get that it's definitely a perfect world scenario, but it also goes the other direction, where if you present yourself in a way that makes people hate you and makes people hate people like you, you are making it more difficult for everybody else to convince that person to not hate you. Did that make sense? Because if okay, I'm going to use Detroit Become Human as an example because I'm tired of talking about A Handmaid's Tale because it fucking sucks. So in Detroit Become Human, there is the two lesbian robots that when I played the game, let go. You have the option to kill them, which is fucking horrible. Happy Pride Month, everyone. So the girl, the blue-haired one, I don't remember. One of them goes on some rant about how, like, humans are horrible and they're ugly and stinky and gross and blah, 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 blah. And she goes on this rant and it's extraordinarily uncharismatic. Like, it made me hate gay people. I'm kidding. But it definitely didn't make her look good. And the way that scene was written was very clearly, it wasn't about her being a robot and her hating humans. It was about her being a lesbian and her hating men. She was like, men are gross and stinky. Okay, the way it was written, it was very clearly meant to be that instead of what it actually was in the game. It was the tone of her voice, it was the way that it was written that made it very apparent. To me personally, that's how I'm interpreting it. I'm gonna stand my ground on that one. The way she talked didn't make her point good. Like, I understood what she was saying. I was like, yeah, some men can be bad and make you uncomfortable and put you in situations that are shitty. However, not all men. I understand feeling that men are dangerous and not trusting men. As soon as you meet them, it's like, oh, not all men are bad, I'm going to trust you. Being careful is fine, and I think you should be. But leading with, I hate men, aren't going to make men like you. They aren't going to see your point by leading with, I hate men. And that's what the show started to do with June. June was starting to become violent and hateful toward men and the people who hurt her. And I understand. She doesn't have to forgive the people who hurt her. The victims should not have to take the high ground. However, sorry, there's a fly. Don't ruin it for everybody else, essentially. Because I worked at the factory down the road for a little while, and there was this one girl who was talking to me, and I don't know if you know this, but I am transgender, and she was talking about this one dude that she had dated, who was also a trans fella. And she was talking about how he was essentially a shitty person, and how the way he was shitty was in direct correlation to his identity as a trans person. Because he was making it annoying and a big deal, and how he was, like, saying people were transphobic when they really weren't. And he was doing a bunch of shit and saying a bunch of, like, garbage things that made people not like him. And she was pointing out about how if it hadn't been her, she probably would have connected the dots and been like, oh, this trans person is like that, so therefore the entire community is like that, and then connected those dots and correlated those two things. So if we go about things in a kind-hearted manner, and we are like, hey, I am a human being person. I don't like when you make me feel like I'm not a human being person. If we could, like, come to an agreement about my humanity, that would be really cool. And it's just coming at it in a calm way is nice. Now, this isn't to say that you should go about all situations like this. Because sometimes you don't get that opportunity because you are being killed. You need to go about it in a way. There's a balance. I missed that message, I think. You're gonna have to resend that one. Well, hold on, actually. I might be able to see it in this tab. Psych, I lied. I missed it if anybody sent anything. So, in a one-on-one situation, being nice and treating people with respect and trying to get them to understand you in a compassionate way is helpful. On a grander scale, this will not work. Because if we look at, the Black Lives Matter movement, for example, sitting down and being nice as a black person isn't going to work. Because of how big of a scale it is. It isn't just one person you're trying to convince. It's an entire government. It's an entire body. It's systemic. So I am referring specifically to individuals, not grander, bigger things. And I do want to make that clear because I am a revolutionary at heart. But definitely a more peaceful one, I've realized. Like, if I were given the option for peace, I would choose that. We love to apply things to a label rather than the human themselves, which isn't helping on. Yeah. Anyway, that was my bad. I didn't mean to get so deep on everybody there. I don't know how well that will go over. Whoops. Sharing opinions as strong as those is probably not a very good idea. But that's okay. I did it anyway. And there's no shame in this. I did what I had to do. And we are once again at a lull. And it's Friday tomorrow, so I can go as long as I want. On Tuesday, I shouldn't have because I had work the next day, but I did anyway. I'm very good at that. Okay. You stream tomorrow? Yes, I do. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, if I feel like it. Sundays are weird. I want to stream on Sundays. But a lot, because 2 days feels like too much time off, but then 1 day feels like too little. It's, I don't know how to describe it. Like I need some sort of in-between off time. I don't know. It's weird. I also just don't have a whole lot to do on Sundays because I don't exactly have the setup to embroider. I did like doing that, but I don't know. That's another very talk heavy stream, and I don't know that I'd be able to do 2 of those back to back, especially considering I'm struggling with this one. Yeah, Sundays are a maybe. I didn't realize I'd like streaming games so much better than art, but art is I am the entertainment. And it's not that I dislike it, I do like talking. I don't know if you've noticed. I do like talking, but a lot of the time, keeping it entertaining the whole 4 hours can grow a little difficult and exhausting. I wanted to stream a game today so fucking bad. Having Kirby's Epic Yarn downloaded all day was painful. I wanted to play it so bad. My beloved. But I don't want to get tired of it while I'm on stream. I found it easier when I was playing a game because I pushed it. Yeah. Okay, earlier, when Falcon was here, and Jax, having more people in chat does keep it a lot more entertaining because I can interact with my beloved audience. But it can grow difficult when it's just a conversation one-on-one, or if it's just me talking about absolutely nothing, which it was like that for a hot second there when I was talking about A Handmaid's Tale, and that was my bad. Not Rave. I'm very excited about that. I'm also at like 35 followers, which is really close to 50. I know it doesn't sound close to 50, but this is the closest to 50 I've ever been. And that's you know what? That's a good way to look at things. It might not be very close, but it is closer than I was before. And I'm very excited about it. Because I've been pretty consistently holding down my average viewer count, which was the one I was the most concerned about. Yeah, 15 isn't too many at all. Oh my god, honestly, once I hit affiliate, I have no idea what I'm going to do. Emotionally and physically. Because a lot of people do, like, affiliate, like, celebration stuff. I don't know what I would do. I have no idea. Scott dyed his hair blonde. Some people do 12-hour streams. I don't want to be blonde again. I did not like being blonde. You know what? You're right. I will get a balloon and I'll hand it to my homeboy Randy to hold. I don't know if you can see him right now. It's kind of dark. He's in there a little bit. Just a little. I could get balloons. You know what? Balloons will be first on the agenda. But I do feel like I should do something for you. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I hit affiliate because of everybody following me and supporting me and stuff. So it feels only fair to do something for the people who got me there, as opposed to getting balloons for you to look at. And I will get the balloons. I will get the balloons for you to look at. But I do think it would be fun to do something more, I guess. I just don't have any ideas. And I don't feel close enough to start thinking too hard. Or at least I don't have the confidence that'll happen, like, within the week. Like, I feel like once I hit, a nice 40, I'll probably start crunching numbers, and considering it. But I have no idea what I would do, to be honest. I spent a weirdly long time on that garbage can, and it looks kind of banging, to be honest. It's too bad it'll be so far away in the picture it won't even matter. I've been doing this to myself the whole thing. I've been like, I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to do so much detail. For what? Literally for what? You know what? It's been 3 whole hours, And I haven't gone to the bathroom once. What would a stream be without me going to the bathroom? I will be right back.
Supportive, what I deem important, rather be recording, rather seek reward and experiences, rather be something more than I am, where I'm not crawling on land, but my worth in my hands, to fill holes deep in the dirt from concerns I can't stand when I talk about this shit,
I have returned. I didn't realize how nice my hair looked like this until I saw it in the mirror. And I look great. No offense. Oh. And now you get to look at me look great. I didn't mean to do that. But my bad. Thank you. Thank you. You're right. I do look amazing. Thank you. Man, maybe I don't even have to hype myself up. Everybody else can do it for me. I still will. Self-love. Vanity. Definitely my favorite sin. Sorry. I do that a lot. Devil's advocate, my beloved. Both are very good. Love from all directions is nice. And I think more people should have it. All love. Not to be a sap or anything. Man, what the I don't... I don't know. I don't even know if that's a garbage can. You damn right, considering I spent so fucking long on it. Whoops. Oh, I didn't end up doing anything, so it's fine. It starts to get weird back here. 'Cause I don't... I feel like it should be smaller. No. The sidewalk needs to be wider. Is what it is. Got it. Thank you. It is my world. I get to decide where the trash goes. And this is a very tough decision. It's better now, I think. I am not looking forward to the sidewalk. I worked on that for several hours on stream. And it just didn't happen. I was like, wow, that's fucking ugly, and then got rid of it all. I'm also not really looking forward to the rest of it. Because I've been spending so long on this side. Ew, I'm exhausted looking at it. And I'm sorry you remember that. That's very sad. Get well soon. It was frustrating, if I may. I might not go as hard on the grooves as I tried to originally. Because the grooves might be my downfall. Yeah. I really said, let's do a background, and then picked the worst shit ever. I'm not well versed in backgrounds. I don't do them. I don't practice them. I should have started somewhere easier. Because this is... Oh my god. This is so frustrating. I got a little cocky. I was like, oh, you've been coloring. Let's do a full-blown, thing. No. No, don't do that. Start a little slower, my man. Let's tone it back a little bit, maybe. Oh, thank you. That's truly all I could really fucking ask for, I think. Because holy fuck. I don't want this building to be this tall. It's annoying. I don't like its implications. I don't know what that means. I wish the bucket erased things. That'd be really cool. Huh? I guess I could. Thanks. This did turn out fucking ugly though, which is unfortunate, but fixable, so it's fine. I feel like I'm out of shit to talk about so bad that I should probably end the stream. But at the same time, I'm just gonna be working on this when I get off. So who cares? Is it looping? Did I accidentally loop it or something? Is there two? Whatever. I don't know how long that was looping. My apologies. Happens to the best of us. I'm such a good streamer. Don't even worry about it. I don't know what to do with this building. It needs a door, but I just don't. Because most buildings have detail in the front. Like, it's got divots and it's got, like, it's not just a flat building. It could be. But why? I'm gonna make it simple. I can't fucking do this. Maybe I could imply that it indents a lot. Because that's what some buildings do. That is what some buildings do. If you know what I'm saying. It's just really weird that all the buildings are at this angle and the trash is just kind of chilling. It's just doing its own thing, you know? Like, whatever everything else is up to, it's gonna look normal. You know, I'm gonna be honest. I'm surprised I'm not tired. I haven't slept particularly well the past couple of days, so I thought I'd be, like, more eager to end. But I guess not. Now I'm just kind of bored. Which isn't, you know, great necessarily. Oh. Anti-aliasing alias? Never mind. Fucking forget it. It's fine. Maybe it should have a canopy. Why would I do that to myself, you ask? I don't know. But, my god, I really said, what if it had a canopy? Because the buildings over here, they have canopies that start right there. And, yeah. Psh, psh. I really said, let's draw a line. Say goodnight. Thank you. I just noticed that this song has, like, the little frog croakers in the background. I love her. Oh, I like how I said I wasn't tired and then fucking yawned. I'm not as tired as I could be. I've been worse off on stream before. We were working, we were fucking going. Okay. I'm not sure. I like doing it. I think it's nice. Gives me something to do, and it's like interacting with other people, kind of, because I don't do that as often as I should, to be honest. I don't know. I like entertaining people, even when I fucking hate whatever game we have going on at whatever time. I enjoy playing it because I'm entertaining other people. it is a mental illness. I don't know why entertaining people is so nice and fun and sexy and cool, but it is, and I like it. So that's a big part of it for me. Like knowing that I'm having fun and vibing, but also other people are having fun and vibing. I think it's nice. It's always like those things that people say to like big YouTubers or whatever. It's like, oh, you fucking calmed me down after I was crying or whatever because my dad is an asshole or something. If I can somehow help another person like feel better or make them laugh or whatever, hell yeah, that'd fucking get me through, you know? And I know that's like probably pretty sappy. I am also in it for the money, and I cannot stress that to you enough. That is a joke. I can't make money right now. But I don't know. Streaming is fun, and I like to do it. Hard eyes, bitch. Oh, hell yeah. Those sweet, sweet bits. I can't wait to say thank you for the bits. For real. And mean it. Because I say it sometimes as a joke. I'm like, haha, thank you for the bits. But someday it will be real. And I will be receiving actual human bits. And that is so sexy. What the fuck is this song? Oh yeah. Voidfish, my beloved. I wonder if they'll cut out the Devil's Advocate soundtrack that I slipped in there on accident. I meant to put that on my music test stream that I never ended up doing. For that, I apologize. Oh, that's good. I can also barely hear the music. So it all works out. It's not really meant to be paid attention to, necessarily. It's just kind of there for when I lull, and so you don't get bored. Because I don't like watching just music streams, to be honest. No music streams would be even fucking worse. You know, fair enough. I can always hear it in my VODs, so like when I lull really bad, so. But if I ever need to fix the music, let me know. If you feel it is too loud, too quiet, too perfect, etc., etc. Yeah, that's fair. And my god, I'd hope so, because that's my job. Man, listening to the soundtrack always makes me forget how much I love this fucking podcast. Adventure Zone, my beloved. I never finished it. I wanted to, but I have commitment issues, so I never ended up finishing it, which is sad. Because it was damn good to the point where I stopped. Canonical trans character? That's what we're fucking talking about. And her gay brother? Favorite characters, hands down. That one was really fucking good. The Wonderland one was delicious. It was like the right balance between dramatic and dumb. Cause I am a big I love drama. To be honest, it gives me something to draw. You know, like I like the angsty shit, but I also like the funny haha jokes. So it was a really nice balance of both, because it was dramatic in the storyline was dramatic, but then they balanced it out with the characters being fucking stupid, and beautiful. We literally love to see it. I started listening to Dungeons and Dads or something along those lines, because a friend of mine said she really liked it, so I was like, oh, well then I'll give her a listen. So I did for a few episodes. I finished the first arc of it, but we didn't win. I don't know how to describe it. Like, the, spoilers, if you intend on watching, intend on listening to that, mute me now, or forever hold your peace. So I finished the first arc, and so we were supposed to save my favorite dad's children, because they were twins. And we do, kind of, but the big bad, I assume, takes them away, and is like, no, you haven't earned it yet. And I was like, dude, we did all that fighting for nothing? I ended up getting into the second arc as well, I believe, because it was about a different child, and we did meet the child. It was the rock dad's child, and he was like into like drug flowers, and he was into like a drug selling ring or something. Like that was what the kid was doing, without his dad, and the dad was like, damn, that's fresh, as you know. Like rocker dads do. And so maybe this should be shorter. But, well, no, that makes sense. But anyway, so they took the kids away in the end of the arc. So I assume that's gonna happen every single time, and they're gonna learn like a lesson at the end. Like that's kind of what it's setting up. It's like you're all fucking horrible fathers, learn better, or whatever. And you know, I don't know. It's just tiring. Like I already got like tired. It was good, though. I did want to finish it. It was just kind of hard to remember all of the names, because they all have similar voices, except for the one girl there. She was playing the stepdad, which I thought was the funniest shit possibly ever. The stepdad was so fucking funny. Queen, if I may. I mean, I knew my favorite dad. Okay, well, I learned their voices eventually. It was just hard in the beginning. Because the three dudes two of them sounded very similar to me. So I got them confused very often. But I've got it now. Now that I'm not listening to the podcast. But that happens to the best of us, I think. Okay, so that building is done. Okay. Oh, my fucking arm hurts. The hell? Wish it wouldn't. That'd be pretty cool. If it refrained. I have an unrestrained desire to add a fourth building. Forget it. I'm not adding a fourth building. I've decided it's fine. It's just weirdly abrupt, you know what I mean? Like, the buildings end and then the trees begin. And it doesn't, like, where are the trees coming from? You know what I mean? Like, why are they there? It doesn't make any sense to me. I have half a mind to just get rid of the cars. I don't want to draw the cars. And you know what? I won't draw the cars. Fuck the cars. All my homies hate the cars. The cars, arguably, could just be little blobs. But I won't do it. I'm simply looking away. Okay, I'm doing the trees. I've added a background layer. I'm doing the fucking trees. I need a smaller brush. So that goes to about there. There's a little piece of sky. Why aren't they green? I should stop color dropping. Because it doesn't look good. See, well, now the canopy looks kind of shitty. Because it's not green. Well, it is green, and that's the problem. Dude. We're going to throw a nice hue shift on there. I didn't expect the blue to work out so well. Perhaps a nice... I'm not opposed to the light blue. I'm not opposed. Whoops. You know what? It's not half bad. I am a whore, and a dumbass, and a slut. I found my old Twitter the other day, and the way I talked, first of all, viscerally upset me, but above all else, the way we talked on Twitter in that era was, well, the way I talked, but also the way other people talked, was different in that era, and I thought that was interesting. It was almost like history. It was weird going, because it was back in like 2018. I didn't understand Twitter, and I didn't know how to use it, so I quote retweeted a lot, which is not something I enjoy doing anymore. I'll do it when I have a really funny joke that I feel is worth telling. Like, there was a Soul Patch Keanu Reeves that I quote retweeted and was like, we need to destroy this, otherwise the world is over, and that shit was hilarious. That shit banged. On the other hand, keep your thoughts to yourself. Basically, yeah, it is really cool. It's also interesting to me how vastly different the language is on different social media platforms. Like, LRT is a purely Twitter thing. Nobody else, there's no other social media platform that says LRT. Because it means last retweet. So, there's, like, literally no other social media platform that can use that term. But if you go on both Tumblr and Twitter, you can mix retweet and reblog because they mean essentially the same thing. I hated... I don't really know how to pronounce it, so I am going to write it down for you. Poggers. Poggers is a big one. That's a big Twitch one. But I'm pretty sure, I don't know if you can see that very well, because I Blank. But well, dark enough. That used to be a Twitter one, and I have no idea what it fucking means. I have literally no idea what it means. But I certainly... Bumbleclat, yeah. I think is how you pronounce it. I don't know what it means. I have no idea. But it was like... I'll just erase that. I have no idea what it fucking means. But it was always like that word and then a video or an image. And I don't get it. I don't. But we don't really see that term very much anymore, so I have simply decided not to learn. Goodbye. I'm really good at drawing on the wrong layer. Thank you for commenting. What was I doing? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, I was doing this. No. Let's get a fucking watercolor tool in there, baby. Thank God we got back into Rav a little bit. I was getting a little too nostalgic there for a second. We can't be having that on stream. Okay, back to the trees. So the light kinda... Well, the lighting is kinda... It's a little dull in it. That's good. I might have to fuck with the lighting. A nice overlay. It's just to get... That's really funny. Good for Twitter users. That's also very funny. Oh, Twitter, my beloved. Moving platforms is bizarre. Because I don't think I could comfortably go back and get on Tumblr. I've tried, and it went very poorly. It wasn't fun anymore. Like, all of my old homies were there. Like, people that I knew and hung out with. It didn't help. Just the way everybody talked, I didn't like it. I just didn't like it. It wasn't even like... I don't know. It was weird. This tree is the most comforting thing in this fucking image. I don't know why. I like texture. The brush texture. It brings me relief and joy to see her again. It has simply replenished my power. So it is all over for you people. Because, holy fuck. Buildings don't give you a lot of room for texture without it looking fucking dumb. Which kind of sucks, because I am apparently an average enjoyer of texture. Thank you for your hell yeah. I appreciate it as always. Man, I almost... For some reason, there's a certain point in the stream where I get bored. It's weird. Like, there's not enough going on. Like, I feel like there has to be more going on. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, a lot of the time when I'm sitting down in my room drawing, I have to have something stimulating on. Like, it can't be music. Because it has to be more. Something that I can pay attention to. Something that has meaning. I mean, songs have meanings, obviously. But you can listen to music passively. Oh, thank God. Thank you. For validating me, LMAO. Because I don't want it to be one of those, like, LMAO, you have ADHD. Again. Because I get that a lot. And I can't unpack that. I am very often emotionally incapable of unpacking that possibility. Were there any, like, light? No. Get in or out? Page capillary. And the body is at a standstill. See, I've been a fan of Cops. Man, Streamlabs, not Streamlabs, man. These Streamlabs to me, but actually, nowadays I'm finding characters, which optional because there's got, yeah. Of course, it'd be generational. Yeah, I don't know. There's a good shot that I have ADHD. I just don't have time to deal with that. So I won't. So I simply will not. Goodbye. Not my problem. I will make my own mental problems everybody else's problem, actually. That's fine. I don't know if it is. I mean, it'd be nice to know. I just literally don't have time to find out. And I also don't even know where to start. So, couple problems. I also, someone who would know how to go about it, or someone who would be able to help me with it, I was like, hey mom, so I've had an interesting week. And she was like, go on. And I was like, I will, thank you. So I've been told I might have several different mental illnesses. Would you like to hear which ones? And she was like, sure. So I tell her, and this was during like a particularly rough period for me, so multiple people had told me that I was depressed, and I was like, oh. So that was the one that I started with. I go, depression? And she goes, uh-huh. And I go, ADHD? And she goes, no. And I go, uh-huh. I go, huh? And she goes, you do not have ADHD. And I was like, oh. Are you a doctor by any chance? Yeah, it sounds annoying. It sounds like a nuisance. I don't. Especially if I end up going through all of that trouble and they're like, no, idiot, you don't have ADHD. You're just a fucking freak. And I'm like, oh, thank you. You know, like, I'm afraid that that's just gonna end up happening. Like, and I don't know if that would suck more than actually having ADHD or what. I have literally no idea what I would prefer, to be honest. But so she's like, no, you do not have ADHD. And I go, okay. An interesting take that I have not heard so far. And then she's like, so then I'm like, okay, how about autism? Because that was another one that I said that people said I might have. So I was like, autism. And she was like, I think we're all a little autistic. And I was like, what are you on about? What are you saying to me? For your papers? Which doesn't even make any sense. Autism is something that can be diagnosed. That doesn't mean we all are a little... It literally... It's just not fucking clicking with me. Huh? What are you talking about? I literally do not understand. Pisses me off so fucking bad. Oh, okay, sure. I think I'm a bit past the point of needing accommodations, to be honest. So, getting diagnosed would probably be kind of dumb. And a waste of time. Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know. I just don't know where I'd go. Or how to start, you know? And I don't, it'd probably be like on health insurance. And that's kind of like a my parents thing. And if she's gonna be like that, I don't want to bring it up. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not. For sure, man. I like to call it tolerant. Accepting is really funny to me. Because she's like that with, gay things as well. She likes to think that she's supportive, but the best she does is tolerates it. And I do think that there's a difference. Like, I am here for you when you need anything involving your sexuality, and there's, yeah, you're gay, I know. Which I frequently get the second one more often than the first. She really is she is a specimen, if I may. A real case. I am baffled on the day-to-day. Man, because I went upstairs, I was minding my own business, getting some lunch, which I very infrequently do, and I put my shit in the oven, and I'm like, okay, I have a half an hour, I'm gonna piss off, go downstairs, set a timer so I know when to go back upstairs. So I start heading downstairs, and I made myself a little glass of lemonade as a treat, because we got those, like, we got, like, a tub of, like, mix-in powder shit. So I made myself a little glass of lemonade. I was like, okay, hell yeah, I'm going back downstairs, I'm gonna piss off, do whatever the hell I was doing before. So I go downstairs, and before I can get all the way downstairs, she's like, what do you have in your hands? And keep in mind, I'm almost 20. What do you have in your hands? I go, lemonade. She goes, what's in your other hand? My phone. She goes, okay. And I go downstairs. I'm like, dude. Are you shitting me? I have a curfew. I have a fucking curfew. I don't know why. I literally don't know why I have a curfew. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh. And what's funny is I start... Hey, that's the wrong layer. She thought I was bringing food downstairs. We're not allowed to bring food downstairs. She's afraid of ants. Which we have literally never gotten since we moved in here. So there's really not any point in being worried about it anymore. And what's funny is she eats down here all the time. She is extremely hypocritical in that way. She's like, oh, I can eat down here, but you are going to get treated like a 5-year-old when you're heading downstairs minding your own goddamn business. Hope that's cool. And I'm like, sure thing, Mom. No problem. Ew. But I did not mean to make this the mom complaining hour. My bad. I do talk about it a little more often than I should. On stream and otherwise. Apparently not. She puts she puts ant poison in it before eating it. That's so funny. I'm literally the funniest man alive. Don't worry about it. I tried to add like a little light through that, but it doesn't really make any fucking sense. You know, as a treat, you know, so it gets a little bland for her sometimes, you know. It happens to the best of us. Just a little spice. So it shouldn't have any effect since it's ant poison. Now if you give it if you gave it to my mom's sister, then you might have some problems. I am literally the funniest person alive. Ant poison. Anyway, I should be killed, I think. Castrated. Euthanized. I am the reason people believe in eugenics. What was the... No, not X. Tab. That's the bitch. So my girl is flavor coming around. Poison. That's right. No, Grandma. Not the kiwi. Okay, I'm gonna finish this tree. We are rapidly approaching 11. So I'm probably going to not go to bed, contrary to popular belief. I am instead going to sit in my bed and write, because I've been working on this dumb fuck gay shit for a couple of days, and I would like to finish it at some point. I hit 5K words today. Why? Why? But I digress. So I do think we will raid someone because I don't have anything to do tomorrow. So if you have anybody in mind, or if you want to go searching for somebody cool, this would be very sexy of you to do. If not, I can find someone like always. And there's a 50-50 shot that they will be fun to watch or not. I'm hoping somebody's on already. Oh. I don't know if Slaughter would be a good idea. Being in her chat makes me anxious. Because there's always so many people. Okay, I think the tree turned out kind of nice. Oh, what the fuck? It looks great zoomed out. Okay. And no offense, but I am the greatest artist of all time. I know we all knew that, but... And what's funny is there's another tree right next to it. I hope you have a good time streaming, man. Oh, shit! Tomorrow, I'm streaming twice. Kind of. I forgot. I'm doing a collab stream with Pixel Pat, who hasn't been in my chat very much recently, but he has been around a little bit. So we're doing a collab stream. It'll be 7 UTC. I don't know what that means. 7 UTC to EST. So it should be. I'm sorry. 7 p.m. UTC. Okay, so it should be 3 in the afternoon for me. Which means that it should be at 1 in the afternoon for you. K specifically. And I'm pretty sure it'll be on his channel. If it's on my channel, I am going to kill myself. It'd make more sense for it to be on his though, because he has more followers than I do. So he wouldn't really gain anything from being on my channel, but I would gain stuff from being on his. But I don't know what he's thinking. We haven't talked about it a whole lot. We just decided the time, the date, and that was it. I am going to stream Kirby's Epic Yarn if it fucking kills me. So I will be going twice. Once on Pixel Pat's stream and then once on my own. Because Kirby's Epic Yarn, my beloved. I don't think I could go another couple of days without her. It looks like Sauter's the only one on for me as well. There's just some girl in a bathtub, so that's really fun. What are we thinking? What do we want to watch? Do we want to watch a game? Or do we want to watch art? Or what are we thinking? As always, I found like a group, which is bizarre. But they're playing Kirby's Epic Yarn right now. They're paused at the moment. But we could watch Milk Truck if you wanted, or which is the group name. They're playing Kirby's Epic Yarn, or we could, well, no, so, I'll keep looking for a second as a treat. Isn't this just everyone's favorite part of the stream? I mean, it really couldn't get any better than this. Thank you. I don't have any choice but to take my time. I had an idea the other day, like, for, like, a makeup stream. I don't know how badly people would want to watch that. But I certainly could do that. I'm gonna check for Mike. Doesn't sound good. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I'm once again checking for Mike. Doesn't sound good. Art streamers really don't like to do mics, which is fine. You don't have to. This one looks like a VTuber, which is unfortunate.
I think it's the odd.
I have found someone who is a VTuber. Oh my god, my stream. LMAO, that's really funny. Genshin? Absolutely not. I'm not following you. Goodbye. Horrible taste. Designing comic characters, that's fun. Mic on? So I'm putting this. It doesn't sound good either. Our streams are always really hard. We are here to once again Yachi Week for absolutely no reason. These certainly are volleyball men. Very cool. I saw someone on Twitter earlier. They're kind of in the same boat as Solder though. You know what? Fuck it. Maybe I just won't raid. And I feel kind of bad for looking for so long and then not, but hey, it's Milk Trek. This is notably not Kirby's Epic Yarn. I feel betrayed. But they're playing Overwatch, so it's not that bad. Whatever. I'll drop him a follow, give him a raid another time maybe. So I guess we'll call it here. As I said before, tomorrow I will be streaming twice, once with Pixel Pat, and that will be art because he'll be doing pixel art and I should just be doing my own shit. And I think we're just gonna chat and while we do it, so it's not gonna be anything like crazy. It's just gonna be what I normally do. And maybe I'll come with like topics to like quiz him with or something. I don't know. We haven't really discussed it, so I don't know what he's thinking. And then Kirby's Epic Yarn at 7 like normal. So thank you for coming and watching. That is very sexy of you to do. I appreciate it as always. Have a good night. I will see you tomorrow.
Wish I was younger. Ignorance was convenient. Getting older, I feel like knowledge became my weakness. My bad, Raph. I know I'm always on some deep shit.